Merhaba, welcome. Rectors of the EU4Dual University Alliance, esteemed guests, and conference participants. Welcome to the Malta College of Arts, Science and Technology, MCAS, for the first edition of the EU4Dual Annual Conference. A special hello to all of you who found it quite the adventure to get here today. So I'm very glad to see you all. My name is Coris Borge, and I'm very pleased to be your compere for the next few days. So as I said, I welcome all the esteemed speakers, panelists, educators, students, and industry partners from various European countries who have joined us today. Your presence here matters. First, we'll start off with some practical information. You can connect to the Wi-Fi network called EU4Dual. The password is EU4Dual 2024. We encourage you also to follow and share our social media posts today and tomorrow. Also, you can check the conference 2-day program by scanning the QR code on your conference card. Please do keep wearing this card throughout your stay on our campus, and please bring it with you to this evening's networking dinner. So, we will be in this hall, the administration hall, for the first part of the conference. After the keynote speeches, there will be 3 different thematic groups. One group will stay here, while the other groups will proceed to 2 different venues. Don't worry, we'll guide you as we go along. There are MCAS staff members and students who are here to help, so please do let them know if any help is needed. The theme of this conference, Shaping the Future of Dual Higher Education in Europe, reflects a commitment to fostering a dynamic and responsive educational landscape that equips students with the skills and knowledge needed for success in the 21st century. With this shared mission of collaboration in tackling societal challenges, the Erasmus Plus University Alliance project, EU4Dual, brings together 9 higher education institutions. These are Mondragon University, Basque region in Spain, Duale Hochschule Baden-Württemberg, Germany, F.H. Johanneum University, Austria, Savonia University, Finland, Estia Institute of Technology, France, John von Neumann University, Hungary, Par University College, Croatia, and Kozali University of Technology, Poland. And the conference host is MCAS Malta. Now I invite Professor Joachim James Calleja, MCAS Principal and CEO, to give the opening speech.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Pleased to see you all here. We apologize for the traffic jam that you encountered this morning. Next time we will get flying buses and you will be here on time. But yesterday I said this is an extraordinary meeting, and I will repeat that this is an extraordinary conference. And I will say why in a minute. But before I say this, I would like to thank Mondragon University, Professor Vincente Asha, and of course our coordinator of the Alliance, Professor John Altuna, because they have been the driving force behind this very important project that we are all so committed towards. When I look at dual, I don't know whether you've noticed, from the discussions we had yesterday afternoon and yesterday morning, and so on my way home, I've got about 8 kilometers and it will take me about 40 minutes. So I have enough time to think. So I was thinking to myself and I said, when we look at the word dual, what comes to your mind is, if you tap philosophy, it's either the body or the soul, it's either your left hand or your right hand, it's either your mind or your... But when you look closely at it, and what we were talking about yesterday, I could feel that there is determined urgency for alternative learning. And if you see determined, and the urgency, and the alternative, and the learning, you get dual. I am saying this because I'm one of those committed persons to make this project, this university, this idea, this extra mile for our students a reality. And we need to be determined. And when I see my fellow rectors there, I cannot ask for more, together with Mondragon and the rest. When I see the list of keynote speakers today and whoever is presenting the papers, this is an extraordinary situation in which academia, students, and I hope they are here this morning, they are not. They are there. Okay, so make some noise. Okay, thank you. And the employers, and industry, and the workplace together. We normally have these kind of meetings here, but having 9 higher education institutions together on such an ambitious project is something which I'm very proud of, and I will make every effort to make it a success. Now, yesterday John reminded us of what our ambition is. It is a very strong ambition, but a realistic ambition if we want to give these young people a future. Because our ambition is to make dual education the future of higher education. But I keep saying to myself, does it apply to everyone, to all higher education institutions? My answer to that is no. It applies to those who strongly believe that the balance between what happens here in a college, in an institution such as MCOST and in your universities, and what happens in workplaces has the same value. And this is, I think, the biggest challenge that John, Vicente, my colleagues, myself, we always face every day. If I were to take one example of MCOST, we are 43% there. We're not there yet, but we are 43% there. Why 43%? A, because numbers fascinate me, and numbers, unless they are in the hands of accountants, normally never lie. 43% are our students who are already in an apprenticeship program. The ambition is to have 90% in an apprenticeship program or in work-based learning. But this is our ambition as well. Some have already, when I look at Martina and others, I think we have to encourage ourselves that we will be there. But this is our challenge. And the challenge is, yesterday I was listening to one of the rapporteurs in the afternoon. She said the difference between, and she's coming from industry of course, I'm not sure whether Marisa's here this morning. She was saying, but listen, hey, if you want us to be partners with you, and she quoted my percentage of 50-50, what I said in the morning, 50%, yeah. She said, your speed is not our speed. You are too slow. Sorry, we cannot accept your speed as against our speed. So I think that is one of the lessons that we perhaps need to think about when we come to put this University of Dual Education together. I think speed today is a phenomenon. There's no doubt about it. But it is a challenge for us because we need to transform our mindsets. Or at least those who are ready to transform the mindset. At least that is one challenge that I see. The second challenge that I see is we have 3 formidable flagships. The future of work, health to well-being, and green economies. I mean, we cannot choose 3 better flagships to make this dual university a reality. Because this is what the present and the future requires. The third, I will repeat myself to those who have listened to me before. If they want a 50-50, and if employers want us to have more or less the same speed, they need to change their status from stakeholders to shareholders. Now, this is their challenge. If they manage to do that, then the speed would be more or less the same. And then we have a fourth challenge, which is sometimes we forget that we professors here are for students, the ones sitting there. I think the dual university concept, thanks to John and Vincent and the rest, is a student-centered approach. Because students today want to experience work as much as they want to listen to me and to others. And I think we need to give them that opportunity, because we are being challenged by this and by any other thing which is called technology. And to compete with this is very, very challenging. And the dual university will be a factor which would redeem this situation. And the last challenge for me, we need to re-establish the duration and the modality of courses. I know we are all converted to the Bologna process, and I have nothing against 180 credits and 60 credits and 90 credits, but students are questioning this, and employers are questioning this. Are these cast in stone? Can we revisit? Can we have a different model? Can we engage with industry with a different mode of thinking in terms of higher education? These, for me, are some of the challenges that we face today. I was given 5 minutes, which is a privilege for a rector to spend 5 minutes talking to others, but I am very confident that when we put all this in practice. By the way, a student asked me, but Professor, when you talk about dual, can you give me an example? The first 10 seconds I was floored. Floored means you don't have an answer. Then the next 2 seconds, what came to my mind, because I had it with me, was a laptop. And it did meet the young man's mindset, because I said, when you have a laptop, you have two operations. Now you have a screen in front of you, and you have a keyboard. Can the screen work without the keyboard? And his answer was yes, you have a tablet. Okay. I said, but when you have a laptop, the screen has to work with your keyboard. I said, that is what dual education is. One must complement the other. And normally, when you see laptops, it's 50-50, no? 50 here and 50 there. Well, I'm only saying this because I am a strong believer in that the academic world needs to open the doors and the windows to what is happening outside colleges, outside universities, listen to all the stakeholders and the shareholders of the future, change and make sure that we give those young generations there good education, applied education, and a better future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Kalleya, for your insightful introduction. Next, I am pleased to invite keynote speaker Everest Bartolo. Everest Bartolo served as Minister for Education and Employment and Minister for Foreign and European Affairs. He also served as Shadow Minister for Tourism. He is a prolific writer and he lectured in communication studies at the University of Malta. Mr. Bartolo, may I invite you on stage? Thank you.
Thank you, hello. Now that you've been to Malta, you know the meaning of traffic island. But we're not just a traffic island. Looking at the video prepared by MCAS, talking about 7,000 years of history, out of those 7,000 years of history, if we were to compress them into 24 hours, we've been independent only 10 minutes. And what we've done in these 10 minutes, I think, is quite admirable. We've been an island where half of our population have had to emigrate because there was no economy, there was no jobs, and you find as many Maltese outside Malta as you find in Malta, most of them in Australia, Canada, the United States and the UK. And in the last 60 years that we've been independent, we've managed to turn the island into quite a prosperous island. It has challenges, no doubt, But today we are at this stage of we need to get people to come to us rather than we go away. And in fact, 25% of our population is now from about 120 different countries in the world. And our workforce is more than 33-34%, which is coming from different countries, which brings its own challenges. I'd like to place our team here and the project that has been launched into a bit of a wider context. It's not the first time that participating in conferences like this, I find a number of shocked faces when I say, you remember the famous Nelson Mandela quote that the most formidable weapon to change the world is education. They used to say, yes, but Mr. Mandela, I only agree with you partially, because education on its own can only do so much. And I'd like to talk a bit about the limits of education first. Not as an excuse not to do anything or to be defeatist, but I think it's important that we are practical dreamers. We need both. We need to be practical and we need to be dreamers. I've had the fortune of spending 2 days in the company as a young man, which was many years ago, in the company of the Brazilian educator Paulo Freire. Paulo Freire used to hum to himself all the time the song, to dream the impossible dream, to dream the impossible dream. But he is one of the, I think, major educators who tells us about the limits of education, because it is as dangerous to say that education, cannot do anything, as dangerous to say that education can do everything and transform everything. Because there are limits to education, which I think needs to be stressed, I repeat, not to say, we can do very little, No, but to ensure, because I believe that the transformation and change that we need in the world can come about through education, but not education on its own, and needs the input of others. And I'll simply say why. We talk about the future of work. First of all, we must assure that that the world has a future, not just work has a future, because we are at a stage now where we are facing some existential challenges that are really serious. If you follow the periodic announcements of the Atomic Science Committee, they have moved the hand closer to midnight. We are really facing a big crisis at the moment of whether the world will have a future or whether we will immerse ourselves into more wars and also atomic war. It is a problem. What can education do in a situation like that? So we must get others to work with education. And it's not fair to have everyone say, if you have a problem in the world, you turn over to the education minister and say, this is your problem. Young people are taking drugs, in traffic, people do not drive properly. It's not the first time that they turn around to you and tell you, education is going to get us out of poverty. Are you sure? Or first you have to get people out of poverty so that then they can benefit from education. So we must, as people in education, continue fighting to get others to be also responsible. That you need, yes, good education policies, but you also need good social policies, good economic policies, good financial policies, and diplomacy, because we've come at a stage now where in international relations, it's as if the only tool that we have is the hammer. It's so sad. Why should it be only the hammer that we use against each other? So I think that is, we're facing a big challenge there. Either coexistence, and we must find ways of living together, not necessarily a fairy tale where we all live happily ever after and love each other. But even with our enemies, we must find ways of living together, because the other alternative is collective suicide. The other big existential challenge that we face is climate change. And again, there, it's getting very, 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 very worrying. There are areas where we have moved forward, but there are other areas where we are rushing headlong, towards an irreversible situation. Another big problem, definitely, that we face in Europe is demographic decline. If you look at the statistics, our population growth is minus 2.6. There are more people dying in the EU than people being born. At the same time, we've allowed the discourse and the debate on immigration to go completely mad. Mad. So at the moment that we have 6 million labor shortages in the EU, at least 6 million, at least. If you take just Germany, I was looking at the statistics recently, for childcare centers, there is a need for about 400,000, not to mention the other sectors. At the same time, we have made immigration such an irrational issue that we only deal with it as security, not in the file of employment. So we have labor shortages. Every country has labor shortages, every country. Even those countries which are very, very vociferous against immigration, then you find that under the radar and very quietly, they organize what they call regular migration to come and fill their jobs for which they do not have people, because not enough people are being born. And this demographic decline is going to continue. We're not going to reverse it. However, whatever policies, we're not going to reverse it. So what means is that if we want our economies to grow, we have to, and the European economy is not growing because of labor shortages. If you compare it to how other areas are faring, ours is very, very low as EU. In our case, it's 3.5. I think it's the highest in the EU, but 3.5. Okay, but others is either 0 or minus 0. So we need to get more people to work in different sectors. That brings with it big challenges, because then you have a multicultural workplace, different habits, different religions. So we need to manage that, because otherwise people will turn against each other instead of working together. And it is possible to manage that, but we need to do it. Then the issue of skills. I was telling my colleagues yesterday when we were in the advisory board, I used to be shocked in the European Council on Education. I was lucky, to a certain extent lucky, to attend both education councils and employment councils. I was the only one. So in my case, I couldn't be schizophrenic. You know, you have employment ministers turning over to education ministers and say, your education system is not working, we have skills mismatch, you're not preparing people for the world of work. Now, in my case, I couldn't blame the education minister, which I think is good, because it's good to have them working together. But I think it's a mistake if we interpret dual only as addressing, because of our demographic decline, we have labor shortages, but we also have skills mismatch. And our problem with the demographic decline is that the age bracket, which is shrinking very heavily, is those that are supposed to be in the world of work, over 25, from 25 to 60. If dual means only skills and employability, I think we will be stopping short of what we should be doing. We shouldn't be talking only about education and skills, but also education, skills, and values. And values. I was telling you, in the European Council, as education ministers, we never discuss values. Only after the terrible Hebdo terrorist attacks did we say, there's a society. So it's not just education and the workplace, but also there's a society. If a society is tearing itself apart, what about the future of work and the future of education? So somehow our package needs to include also values. Now, I repeat, I think there is research that shows that what happens within education institutions, at best, even when they are working optimum, and I am aware that we travel at different speeds. I was told that education travels at 1 kilometers per hour, and the economy travels at 5 kilometers per hour. But the world is made up of different speeds, and let's accept that. And I don't think it's realistic or fair to expect the world of education to move with the same speed of the economy. So it's an equilibrium and tension between different speeds. But one thing which we should be aware of, and I'm sure that we are aware of, that there is quite a lot of research that shows that even when they are working at maximum level, education structures can only influence up to 33% of the potential of students. 66% comes from the family, comes from society, and today, more than ever, comes from social media, comes from artificial intelligence. And our friend yesterday was telling us that artificial intelligence is a lot of artificial but not enough intelligence. So my last point is this. We need to build a triad of education, economy and civil society, because I do believe that a report that was published 28 years ago is still very relevant. And this is the Delors report, The Treasure Within Education for the 21st Century, where he told us to keep 4 things in mind. That education, a good education, is learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, and learning to live with others. Somehow or other, we have to get that together to make sure that we are carrying out our impossible dream. And as Cervantes himself told us, when it comes to impossible dreams, if you are prepared, that's half the victory. So let's be prepared, to dream the impossible dream, but to dream it in a way which makes it practical and makes it happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bartolo. Funded support is crucial for projects such as these. And to encourage mobility, EU4Dual is funded by the European Union's Erasmus Plus programme, which provides more long-term funding for alliances and gives opportunities to higher education institutions to join existing alliances or form new ones. Now, we are delighted to present a video message from Ms. Ilyana Ivanova, European Commissioner of Innovation, Research, Culture, Education and Youth.
Dear Minister Grima, dear Mr. Harris, dear delegates, welcome to the first ever European Dual Higher Education Conference. It is with great pleasure that I address you for this landmark moment in your mission to promote a unique model of dual education in Europe. I am impressed by the work you have already initiated in just 1 year, preparing 5 specialized and interdisciplinary dual masters and developing a quality framework for dual studies. You have pooled the strengths of your diverse partners across Europe, and your ambition to triple student and academic mobility between the members of the Alliance shows that you have set a high standard from the very beginning. At a European level, we are committed to supporting this endeavor under the European Universities Initiative. We are now looking into ways to complement the educational dimension of Erasmus+, with support across alliance missions and to establish a more comprehensive funding approach for the next European budgetary period. We want to help remove silos between education, research and innovation, and support synergies with national and regional funding. In order to kickstart this process, just recently the European Commission launched a new EU higher education package. It aims to create an enabling environment for even deeper transnational cooperation and complement the work of alliances like EU for Dual. With it comes a key step forward in our work towards deeper higher education cooperation, the blueprint for European degree. With a European degree, students will have even more opportunities to study in several EU countries in the context of a joint program such as those offered through the European Universities Alliances. We also propose an improved European quality assurance and recognition system, where trust and transparency are key drivers of mobility and accreditation across borders. This package also has the interests of academic staff and educational professionals at heart. And that is why we have proposed a framework for attractive and sustainable careers in higher education, with more recognition of academic staff's diverse roles and career paths. And that includes better recognition of the great work that you are all doing to make the European Dual Studies University a reality. I wish you all a successful conference, and I look forward to more celebrations of the European Dual Studies University.
In a rapidly evolving world, where collaboration knows no borders, the EU for Dual Alliance stands at the forefront of change. Universities united in purpose, creating transnational alliances that will shape the universities of the future. Introducing the EU for Dual Alliance, a powerhouse of innovation, promoting European values and revolutionizing the quality of higher education. Our vision is bold. We aim to become the top quality reference for dual higher education. Imagine the largest integrated dual education institution in the world. A multi-campus, multidisciplinary hub fostering close integration between academia, industry, and regions. Our mission is clear. We are here to make dual education the future of higher education, addressing emerging economic, environmental, and social challenges. Over the next 4 years, we are committed to establishing a cooperation mechanism, collaborating across the business in teaching, research, and industry outreach around societal and economic challenges. We will launch a joint macro-credential project, offering continuing career development and skills created by us and our industry partners. But that's not all. Picture an unparalleled transnational workplace learning program with strong support for local and global business. Join us on this transformative journey. The EU for Dual Alliance of paving the way for the future of higher dual education. Visit EU4Dual.education to be part of the revolution. Together, we shape the future.
For more information about the conference program and the speaker bio notes, please scan the QR code on your card, and you will find information about the project on the same website. Next, for our first keynote speech, I invite Professor John Altuna, Academic Vice Rector at Mondragon University from the Basque region in Spain, and the coordinator of the EU for Dual Alliance. Round of applause, please. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Malta to this inaugural meeting of the EU for Dual University Alliance. It is very important, as Professor Calleja mentioned, it is a very important milestone today for this alliance, since we make this alliance, a public presentation of this alliance towards society and the public. It is also a very important moment for our alliance, because this is the first meeting point for the academia, for researchers, for the wider society, to meet together also with our stakeholders. As Professor Calleja mentioned, yesterday we had some of the initial meetings of our industry, regional councils, the student councils as well, the advisory board. So this is an important moment also to gather both academia, industry, and also the leadership of this University Alliance. So thank you very much indeed for being with us here today. Okay, I will just briefly go into the notes of the agenda for my keynote. It will be brief since we need to keep in time as well, and we have very interesting also keynote speeches later on. First of all, I will just show you a little bit the anticipated impact of the Alliance. I will also present the strategic priorities which were set up by the rectors in a recent meeting. And these strategic priorities are certainly the guidelines for our focus areas for the next 3 years activity. We will also outline a little bit the program of this conference, of the 2-day conference here, and I will just make some brief notes about the initial outcomes on how the University Alliance is also contributing to creating a framework for what we believe it's a dual higher education. Before I enter into, or I travel back to the origins on how the University Alliance was created, I think it's important, after also listening to Commissioner Ivanova today, to acknowledge that it's a timely emergence of this European University Alliance. Okay, I think we learned from COVID pandemic the importance of connectivity, okay, and connection. And I'm not talking about digital connectivity in particular. I'm talking about in-person connectivity and the importance of partnerships. And the disruption or the emergence of artificial intelligence, we recognize the immense or the vast challenge that we are posing, and we all acknowledge that this cannot be challenged or addressed individually by each institution, and we definitely believe that the future lies in those institutions who firmly believe on strategic partnerships. This European University Alliance gathers together, which was created back in 2019, was created to bring together different diversity of higher education institutions. The alliances are built upon common vision and long-term strategies, and offer student-centered curricula delivered collaboratively across inter-university campuses. The University Alliances, they embrace a challenge-based approach, encouraging cooperation among students, academics and external partners to tackle complex issues collectively. Professor Calella also mentioned the 3 grand challenges, the 3 complex societal challenges we will be facing. This also brings us to 2020, where we initiated the initial conversation to set up this alliance, and in 2022 the European Commission selected EU4Dual, the European Dual Studies University, as one of the now 50 university alliances in Europe. The European Commission has a target to have a total of 60 university alliances in total. The 9 institutions, driven by our conviction regarding the importance of bridging academia and external shareholders, we began consolidating the alliance, as I said, back in 2020, and became a reality in 2022. This effort culminated in partnership comprising 9 institutions from Spain, France, Germany, Austria, Croatia, Malta, Hungary, Poland, and Finland. We are 9 institutions of different profiles, sizes, but yet very unique and singular, with a common background. Our institutions are deeply rooted and embedded in our respective regions and have a strong tradition of collaborating closely with industries in all sectors. Our mission is to make dual education part of the future of higher education, as the advisory board reminded us yesterday. Okay, but we firmly believe that through higher education we could better address emerging economic, environmental, and social challenges. Our vision, as the video showed, is to become the top quality reference for dual higher education globally. Altogether, we will form the largest integrated dual education institution in the world. Multi-campus, multidisciplinary, multi-country, committed to close integration between academia, industries, and regions. We also have an ambition to make an impact, a larger impact or a wider impact than the one that we are already doing in our local environments, in our regional environments. The impact that we want to make have different dimensions. We want to make an impact on society and higher education landscape. The dual model needs to become a recognized and highly accepted model in Europe. We want to make an impact on learners as well. Curricular transformation is needed to support employability throughout personalization, flexibilization, and also specialization. We want to make impact on institutions, supporting institutions to integrate more dual itineraries and internationalization as well as the norm and not exception. We want to make an impact on our internal stakeholders, embracing a more flexible approach to curricular development, faster approach, faster adoption of changes through micro-credentials and through flexible learning. We want to make an impact on external stakeholders because we know that we need to accompany them in the transition to green and digital economy. And we want to impact in our regions to help to create and sustain economic centers of decisions in our respective regions. And finally, we want to make an impact on social challenges, as we said, through generation of knowledge by research and innovation as means to respond to the new societal challenges. We have identified three main key grand challenges, which are the future of work, green economy, and healthy living. But we also acknowledge that we need to have short-term strategic priorities. And these were set up by the directors in the recent meeting, and these are summarized here. And the first one relates to excellency and innovation in education. We firmly believe that dual education is a way of innovating education. And for that, we want to create a global brand for dual higher education, and also strengthen our local brands as dual higher education providers. We want to create joint programs with a main focus on the creation of joint masters with European degree accreditation. We want to foster also excellence in research within this dual approach by also focusing on applied research or focused or oriented research, which we firmly believe also that is an excellent way of doing research. In order to do that, we want to increase the potential to develop interdisciplinary research aligned with the grand challenges. And we want to launch the joint industrial PhD. And finally, we want to multiply our effort in internationalization to attract international students to new model-based mobility opportunities to students. Those are the strategic priorities. Those are some immediate outcomes or efforts that we want to foster with the launch of the announcement of the 5 initial joint dual masters we will be working on. The first one, which will be launched in 2025, on digital and sustainable manufacturing. The second 2 ones to be launched in 2026 on data science and artificial intelligence and green economy and sustainable future. And the third, and the fourth and fifth ones to be launched in 2027 on the future of work transition and healthy living and well-being. On top of that, in order to also focus areas, to define the focus areas for research, we have established some 4 key lighthouse research initiatives. Those are umbrella areas where we will focus our research activities, not just the PhDs, the project, the research projects, but we want to also increase our activity, collaborative activity with industries and other regions in these areas. The 4 main lighthouse research initiatives are in the area of business and management for green transition, engineering for sustainable and digital industry, health and welfare transition, and finally interdisciplinarity in social sciences, a European way of life. Those are our key strategic priorities. Now we all know that we gathered here today and tomorrow for the first inaugural conference, which has set up a program, comprehensive program of keynote speeches, parallel research paper presentations, also panel discussions. I hope the topics that we have selected for this conference will be really fruitful. We have selected 2 topics. There will be a recurrent topic of dual higher education research in all our conferences, in our annual conferences, and we will be selecting one of the grand challenges every year. For this year, we have chosen the future of work. And we can imagine that both the future of work and dual higher education make the perfect blend. We cannot understand dual higher education without the future jobs and positions. But we cannot understand the future of work, in our opinion, without the amazing contribution of dual higher education. Also, embedded within this conference, we also have a seminar, a very specific research seminar on dual higher education research. Okay. And finally, just some concluding words on what will be also the basis for the establishment of our activities in the Alliance. We are committed also to have a common understanding of what dual higher education means in Europe. Okay, and for that reason, we have initiated some work to define what our common understanding of dual higher education is. Right? In that sense, we have initially drafted some initial definition about what we consider dual higher education. And I would just like to highlight some initial key ideas about dual higher education institutions. We firmly believe that it's a form of higher education, which particularly is characterized by the intense integration with the world of work, and definitely is embedded within the qualification framework for European higher education. We also did some preliminary definitions and common understanding on what might be the dimensions of dual higher education. I will not go into detail because we will have opportunity to make this further planned, but we consider certain dimensions, certain key dimensions for dual higher education that needs to be somehow addressed. The first one relates to policy and strategy. There needs to be a policy and a strategy. Dual higher education needs to be embedded into the policies and the strategies of institutions and also of shareholders. There needs to be also things related to admission, okay, whether it's work-oriented or higher education-oriented admission. The teaching and learning factor or dimension is also crucial on how that is addressed. Obviously, the evaluation and assessment of the learners in the workplace and the special collaboration and the assessment between academia and the workplace, it's also very relevant. Quality and the quality of placements, it's also very relevant, and how that is embedded into the quality system and the quality management of both the workplace and the higher education institution is crucial. The formalization of the commitment, one-to-one, the student to workplace, workplace to university, and the three of them, and the student, the academia, the university, and the workplace is also crucial. And finally, the workplace placement. how does it establish how many credits are awarded, what is the intensity of the placement. So those are some preliminary initial dimensions that we wanted to share in this key plenary session. Okay, and this is just the conclusion for my initial keynote speech. Again, welcome you all to this inaugural conference. I'm really glad that you take the opportunity to come and stay together with us. I think it's obviously very important that with the rapid changes that the society is experiencing, that we equip our students with the skills, with the knowledge, and with the values that Evaristo Bartolo was also mentioned. And we firmly believe that dual higher education is a very good platform to achieve that. So thank you very much indeed. I'm really hopeful that you will have some fruitful discussions alongside today. And we are very happy also to learn about the conclusions from the different panel discussions. So welcome and thank you.
Thank you, Professor Altuna, for your words, which help us understand more clearly how EU4Dual can make a positive difference. We now welcome Dr. Nora McRae, the Executive and Global Strategy Council member at the World Association for Cooperative and Work-Integrated Education for the next keynote speech. A few words. Dr. McRae has over 30 years of experience in higher education, focusing on connecting students to the world of work. She has also conducted doctoral research on the conditions for students' transformative learning in work-integrated learning. Furthermore, she has served as Executive Director of the University of Victoria and is currently Associate Provost at the University of Waterloo, Canada. Dr. McRae, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. And it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for the invitation to be here and to be in beautiful Malta. My first time. It's absolutely a wonderful place. I do know that we're running a little bit behind schedule, but I'm going to assume that I'll take the time that was allocated for my keynote and we'll be done at 11. Okay, is that okay? Great. You can leave if it's not. What I'll be speaking about today, and I have a lot of slides, I'll go through them quite quickly. The slides will be available, and I do hope we'll have time to talk over the next couple of days as well. And I'll highlight some key points that I want to share with you. I was asked to share with you an array of information. The first is what's going on globally from my position as one of the co-chairs for the Executive Committee for the World Association. So I'm going to start big with global and some of the common challenges and opportunities I see in this space of dual education or work-integrated learning. I'm going to bring it to what's going on in Canada to explain sort of how we've dealt with some of the challenges that Jan just mentioned across the Canadian ecosystem for higher education. And then I'm going to go more specific to my own university, which is the University of Waterloo, which is very well known in Canada for the work we do in cooperative education, which is a form of dual. Okay? And we'll take it away from there. And I'll take it away this way. Okay. Before I start, it's the tradition in the Canadian context to acknowledge Indigenous territory and land as part of our work towards reconciliation with Indigenous peoples of Canada. And the work that I do, and where I'm currently located at the University of Waterloo, acknowledge we do have a number of campuses in Waterloo, but all of them work together to research, learning, teaching, and community building, and is centralized through our Office of Indigenous Relations. I also have a staff member who is an Associate Director of Indigenous Relations to work with our Indigenous student populations and Indigenous communities to do this work integrated learning or cooperative education or dual in a good way with Indigenous community. So none of this will be new to you. VUCA, I'm sure you're all familiar with this expression. Volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. I think it was very well described, the things that we're all facing and we know about, and the shift to Industry 5.0, which we are certainly in right now. And the effect that AI and technology and computers and robots will be disrupting all of us in our daily lives, as well as higher education. I think I heard a quote from Elon Musk, for whatever it's worth, that said that he predicts that artificial intelligence will have human intelligence capabilities within a couple of years. So if that's actually going to happen, I don't know about you, but I think I'm going to run away with my creamed corn and hide, because that's just whatever. But that is definitely going to affect everything that we do in higher education, I would say, and we need to really be thinking about that. And I do think there's a role for Dual in that space. So the work that we do, of course, it's about helping students connect what they're learning and understand that, help employers fill those skills gap that they're anxious for, and helping our institutions stay relevant so that we can deal with some of these factors coming. I read a quote somewhere that said, AI and robots aren't coming for our jobs, but if you don't adapt to them, those are the jobs that will be lost. So I think that's our space right now, is how do we help our students, ourselves, adapt to what's coming. I want to spend a bit more time on this slide. We have a research institute at the University of Waterloo called the Work Learn Institute, and I know there are a number of researchers in this room, and it'd be very interesting to connect the work that you're doing with what Work Learn is doing. We did a research project a few years ago to look at what are the key themes of the future of work and how does that relate to our space. And our space is cooperative education, or Dual, or work integrated learning. And we came up with these 6 themes based on our research. First of all, we just talked about some of them, advances in technology, that's shifting very rapidly, and that of course affects what's done and who's doing it and how we're doing it. This question of skills, agility, and transferability. So we know perfectly well that the things we're training our students for today may not even be relevant in 5 years, maybe even 2 years. But it's that capability in our students to learn and adapt and transfer and be agile and see where they need to develop new skills and continue to develop those skills. That's the key. The concept of responsibility for adaptation means that in order for all of us as a society to survive and work well together, we all have to be responsible for adapting. This isn't institutions, and you made this point, it's not just the point of higher education to do all the adapting, it's not up to our students to do all the adapting, it's not up to industry to do all the adapting, but we all must do that together and work collectively as much as possible to be successful. Fostering EDIR, so that's equity, diversity, inclusion, and anti-racism. That is really critical to the future of work and being successful in the future of work. In the Canadian context, we have demographic decline as well, as is mentioned, and other parts of the world have different demographic challenges, but the bottom line basically is we can't afford to have any talent not come to its full fruition. So that means we need to work to make sure that our students have, we work with an equity-informed lens, and by that I mean we recognize not everybody comes to the table with the same advantages, and there are different barriers in place that some of us don't even see because we've never faced them, but we need to be aware of them and provide as much as we can so that our students' talents can fully flourish and they don't face barriers. And that's the equity lens that is important in the future of work. Gig economy and precarious work. So much of our work in dual and cooperative education has been based on the premise that we are training students to be good employees. That means that they're going to have careers working for companies. And increasingly we are seeing that that's not necessarily the case. They also need to be prepared to look for gig opportunities or small opportunities, entrepreneurship, be much more flexible. Of course, if they can land a position and have a career with a company and industry and a very stable career, of course that's lovely too if they want that, but we also need to recognize that that's not happening all the time, and how do we prepare students for that? So that it is not as precarious as it is for some people who are jumping on their bicycles and delivering Uber Eats after work. I mean, that's not very fun if that's what you're doing all the time. So how do we help set our students up to engage in very gig work, but in a way that protects them from the precarity of that? And finally, employee versus organizational values. Increasingly, we see this values clash in workplaces. There are different generations in workplaces, and we see how that plays out. I think if you just think about your latest staff meeting, and you'll see how that plays out. Certainly, our research on Gen Z, which is the generation that's in there right now, has some very clear value markers, and this point about values is extremely important. What is the value of this generation? What is it that they need and want? What's going on with our employers? What do they need and want? And guess what? Often that clashes. And how do we help our students and our employers and our communities and ourselves navigate those differences in a way that is healthy and productive? I'm just going to use the definition for work integrated learning that we use in Canada, just so that you know where I'm coming from. And as someone who has spent years and years and years of my life that I will never get back arguing about definitions, I feel your pain. This is what we say in the Canadian context, and this is adopted now across Canada for work integrated learning, and I'll talk a little bit about what that, because we have a spectrum of 9 different types of models in Canada. But we all come from this place. It's curricular, so it is part of the educational program formally. It engages the partnership between the academy, students, and industry, so you'll see lots of similarities here. It's about the development of student learning outcomes, so it is a learning program. It's an educational program as well, and so those learning outcomes are very important in how they are assessed. And it's based on quality framework, and I'll talk to you a bit about a quality framework that we use in Canada, and also how that has informed a global quality framework that we just released at the World Association. So that may help your thinking, and we'd love to have your ideas around that. These circles just kind of help situate it in the Canadian context. There's lots of arguing about what's experiential learning, what's work integrated learning, et cetera, et cetera. And so experiential learning is a much broader category. Work integrated learning is a subset because it is that partnership within industry. It is that intentionality about learning in workplaces, and it is about learning outcomes that do relate to employability and career success, as well as other things, because it's not only about that. So, how does that help prepare for the future of work, tying those concepts together? Well, we know that when they do dual education or co-op or work integrated learning, that students, as they're navigating that, they learn more about themselves, they learn about their skills, they learn what they need to know, and they know how to transfer it to different contexts. Employers, they engage because it helps them identify talent, recruit, and retain that talent they're so desperate for. And for institutions, if we're doing it right, and it is a proper dual program, and we're listening to each other, it's a very, very powerful mechanism to keep our curriculum alive and well. This is not by any means trying to be an exhaustive list, but just to show you that there are lots of jurisdictions around the world challenged by this and interested in this work. So I think it's very, very exciting what you're doing in this collaboration, and the leadership and the goals, vision and mission that you're trying to accomplish this collaboration, because I think you will find there will be lots of interest globally in the work that you're doing and how you're trying to do it. So that brings me to the World Association that I have the pleasure of helping to lead. We are a global group we like to call ourselves a network of networks. We recognize that there are different jurisdictions around the world doing this work, and we try to be a place to bring it together so we can share and learn from each other, and also provide some supports for each other in this space. So you can see along the bottom, these are the national associations that are currently members of the association. So the Australians, we've got the UK ASET, we've got Canada, CWIL Canada, Southern Africa, Thailand. VILAR is a Swedish association, which I think may be on the brink of not being so much anymore, and then WIL and Z. We come together for around a variety of ways, and I'll talk about some of that as well. But basically, I'd love to see EU4 Dual there next time I present this, and have you be part of our organization, because I think we'd have so much that we could learn from each other. But we have professional development activities, we have networking events, we are also participate in the International Journal of Work Integrated Learning, so I know there's some researchers interested in publishing, and there's a lot of connection that I think can be made. So we don't have to reinvent the wheel, but we can learn from each other. We have something called the Global Strategy Council, where heads of all those national associations and other key leaders meet. And we talk about what are some common challenges. So I went to the minutes of the last meeting, which was in February, and pulled some common themes. So you'll see much of this is I'm sure you'll see it's very familiar to things that you're challenged by and thinking about. Many of the themes related to employability and graduate outcomes and skills development, of course, and anxiety around that, and institutions not doing enough and that sort of thing. Governments and parents being increasingly concerned about that, which brings into question the relevance of higher education in different jurisdictions. Some are feeling that pressure more than others, and that can result in financial pressures for higher education, and that can be different across different jurisdictions. Many are very concerned about what's going on with technology and the potential for AI to be disrupting, and how is that going to look in the space of dual? What does that look like? There's some interesting conversations to be had there. Some common needs here, based on these challenges, is always a hunger for evidence and impact research and other kinds of research. So we have a research symposium happening next in June, where researchers in this space are coming together, and this is part of what will be shared there as well. But research is, and it's so exciting that you've got that as part of your mandate as well. Very strong interest in quality will and what that looks like and how to measure it and how to assess it. And we have developed a quality framework now based on the quality frameworks from across all the associations that had one, and we tried to create one that was very compatible. Always seems to be a need for different kind of work-integrated learning resources, training, professional development for faculty and for staff on how to do this in a good way. As those of you who know who are in this space, you don't just walk out the door one day and create a dual program. There's a lot that goes into it and a lot that isn't really appreciated necessarily. International work-integrated learning student mobility. This is also something that is a common interest, and we do have a WACE Global Challenge program where students from our various institutions can engage in challenges related to the UN Sustainable Development Goals virtually for nano experiences, to give them that experience of having work-integrated learning, working with industry. And a network of colleagues, which is what WACE provides. This slide are some of the opportunities that exist, I think, for us collaborating. And I've certainly experienced this as being part both of the World Association and as well as my national association. And I'm sure you have experienced similar things. But once we get our act together, we know what we're talking about, we have some data and evidence, we are then in a position to advocate to governments for supports that we need, advocate to industry for that kind of collaboration that we need. Maybe they'll be shareholders. And advocate within our own associations and regions. So this is really important, I would say, is getting our story straight and having some really strong messages to be giving for advocating. I mentioned the International Journal of Work-Integrated Learning. We also just published the International Handbook for Work-Integrated Learning last June. It's the 3rd edition. It's over 600 pages of research from around the world on this space. I'd really recommend that you have a look at that if you're interested at all. And who knows, there'll be a 4th edition at some point. Maybe there'll be a huge section from your work, which would be lovely. We have quality frameworks. I've mentioned that. I'll talk about it in a minute. And we have the WACE Global Will modules, which is our attempt to do professional development for faculty and practitioners in this space. It's a virtual online offering. I've mentioned the Global Challenge program, and we have events, and the next one is in June. It's the International Research Symposium in Trollhättan, University West, and I'd encourage any of you to come. It would be lovely to see you. And in June of 2025, Istanbul, we've identified as a global conference, so that would be lovely. Okay, so I'm going to, how are we doing? Oh, good Lord. Okay, I'm gonna whip through the Canadian stuff here. We have been an association for over 50 years, and here are the 9 different types of work-integrated learning that we have agreed to after many, many months, years. And basically, what this means is, even though internships, you might call that something slightly different in your institution, that's okay, but we agree that the characteristics look and feel and smell like an internship, so it's in that box. So we have 9 of those different boxes across the Canadian landscape. This has been extremely important for a number of reasons. Cooperative education, which is a very dominant form in Canada, is the only form where we actually have a formal accreditation process. So you can have a quality accreditation of co-op and have that certified in Canada. And being able to ensure that's what co-op actually looks and feels like was really important, because there was a lot of foolishness going on about different kinds of models and people saying it was this and that. So it was really important for us to do that. This was really key, clearing up what we were doing and who was doing what and what that looked like. So Oh, that didn't come out very well. And all based on some of these quality components, which is in your model. There has to be a pedagogical connection. The experience has to be meaningful and substantial. There has to be proper assessment of learning outcomes, and there has to be meaningful and ongoing reflection. Otherwise, you're not getting the true heart of what's the benefit of experiential education, work integrated learning. So PAIR, P-E-A-R, is underpinning everything. And we have these other outcomes for our quality ecosystem in the Canadian context. But what it led to, and why I wanted to come to this slide very well, because we were able to do that and talk about that across the country. For those of you who don't know, Canada has 10 provinces and 3 territories. Each has its own higher education authority. They don't always agree, as you can imagine. We do not have a national higher education authority, so everyone is doing their own thing. From Quebec to Manitoba, it's ridiculous. But that's how it works. So we have this very fractured system in Canada, which makes it really hard, which is why this is important. We were able to secure $800 million of federal government funding to support industry hire students, because we want our students to get paid. So these are incentives for industry to use to hire students. We would not have done that without being able to come very clearly to the federal government and say, this is what we're talking about, this is what you're going to be funding. Yes, we are using quality, and yes, we are assessing quality outcomes, which is what you as a government want, which is skills development. And there are other funding opportunities that are available across the Canadian system, and some provinces have tax incentives as well. The province I'm from has a tax credit, for example, also to incentivize industry. My main point being that I think all of the work you're doing and setting the groundwork will be really, really powerful across Europe for getting you these kinds of outcomes as well collectively. And of course, you're much bigger jurisdiction, obviously, than Canada. At the University of Waterloo, just to get really tactical here, and we can talk more about that at another point, we started in 1957. It's the only university in Canada that started right from the get-go with cooperative education right at the very beginning. So the first incoming class of 75 engineers all went out on work terms then 6 months later. And we've been doing that ever since. We're the largest in Canada doing this work, and we have some pretty powerful implications. In case you want to come and visit me in our west of Toronto. We have, one of the things that makes us quite different, I would say, is that it is a research university, one of Canada's, we call, if in the UK you'd say Russell Group, we would say the U15. So we're one of the U15 universities, so very strong research as well as this very powerful dual system. The reason I'm saying that is there's often this assumption that the two can't go together, that somehow they're mutually exclusive or whatever. But actually we have found that they are reinforcing if you do it right, which is what you're trying to do. We also have this other very interesting dimension, and there's also a connection to Dual, and that is the entrepreneurship dimension. 1 in 4, yeah, I think it is, yeah, 1 in 4 of all the tech founders that come out of Canada came from the University of Waterloo. So we have this huge entrepreneurship mindset going on at the campus, and a lot of that comes back to Dual. We've done some research on why this is, and the connection seems to be that when students have the opportunity through co-op to be exposed to different businesses, because we're different than other Dual programs, they go to different companies each time, so they have quite a variety of experience. When they're exposed to all these different businesses and they're exposed to all these opportunities, they start to think to themselves, oh, I could do that, I could fix that, and that's the genesis of their entrepreneurship and their ventures. And we also have Velocity, which is a great program that helps students who are keen to do that kind of work do a good job. So my portfolio is not lining up very well. The text, that's all right. These are all the different parts of the portfolio at the University of Waterloo. So I also have quite a large ecosystem. It's basically anything relating to the world of work. Cooperative education is our big program. Career, we have Work Learn Institute. We also have the Center for Work Integrated Learning, which does professional development and upskilling for students. So that's how we provide that nimbleness, which often the traditional programs cannot provide. We've done a number of innovations, and we don't need to get into all of those, but one that I wanted to talk about, this is the quality framework I mentioned. The image on the left is the one that underpins everything going on across Canada. We did write it at the University of Waterloo. If you go to our website, you can find the white paper and read about it yourself. On the right, it's how it has informed the WASTE Global Quality Framework. If you go to the WASTE website, we've also published the WASTE Global Quality Framework, where we pulled in what Canada did, the Australians did, the New Zealanders did, and other research out there to try and create as holistic a framework as possible. This is a piece that we also developed out of the University of Waterloo based on our research, and it is what are the skills needed for the future of work. And we call it our Future Ready Talent Framework, made up of 4 domains: developing self, designing and delivering solutions, building relationships, and expanding and transferring expertise. We use this as our standard assessment of all of our work integrated learning. So students are self-assessing based on these 12 capabilities, employers are assessing. We use this as part of our professional development training and our upskilling. Because we believe at the end of the day, no matter how the students gets it, by the time they graduate, they should be pretty strong on these 12 capabilities in order to have the skills that industry wants in the future of work. Here's all the different kinds of work integrated learning that's going on at the University of Waterloo. So you can see co-op at the very top, and we have as much flexibility as we can build into that program. We have We Accelerate, which is for the unemployed first work-term student. We have graduate work integrated learning for master's and PhD program, work integrated learning for non-co-op students, the Global Challenge, and we also have e-co-op or entrepreneurial co-op programs. These are some of the outcomes from our program. We have very high employment rates. The students earn quite a bit of money, and they contribute to the overall economy. This is basically how it works in engineering. So we have 127 different academic programs that are doing co-op. Engineering is a big heavy hitter. We're the #1 engineering school in Canada, the hardest one to get into as well. They do 6 work terms, so by the time they graduate, after 5 years, they have 24 months of relevant paid work experience. Most of those work terms are in different employers. That's one of the differences between some of your models. And our students, for the most part, really like that because they get to try different things. On average, they're actually exposed to 3 different industry sectors by the time they graduate, which gives them a very holistic look at what engineering might look like in different contexts. Here are some of our key attributes: multiple experiences in different workplaces, as I've mentioned. However, if a student wants to stay with the same employer and keep going back, they can do that too. You know, they're not mandated. It's a very open system in that way. Students rate their work terms. So we have a student rate your work term opportunity so that other students could go back in and say, oh, well, that employer got rated a this or a that from students. So it's actually kind of a good self-regulating system. We use the Future Ready Talent Framework. We have end-to-end support, so students get a lot of support up front because we run like a labor market. They apply for jobs, they compete for jobs every single step of the way. So we have a lot of support up front to help them prepare for that. While they're on their work terms, they have support, and they also get evaluated by their employers, and we have a very large system that underpins everything that we do. #1 reason why students come to the University of Waterloo is our co-op program. 74% of our undergrads are in co-op, and the others can do the EDGE program. So we have 100% coverage for some kind of work integrated learning for all of our students, and we're getting there for grad. This was a study done by Deloitte in 2019 about the economic contributions and the return on investment for our co-op program. And in that 1 year, they contributed that much money to the GDP only in the Waterloo region, and only about 20% work in Waterloo. But the main point is that for every $1 an employer spent on salary, they got $2 contribution to their bottom line because of the work the students did, because the students are not fooling around. They're working very hard. Really strong graduate outcomes, you guys have that too. And on top of employability, we're really focusing also on the SDGs and the impact our students are making towards advancing the SDGs, because we also believe very much that it's about more than just a student and the employer, but it's about society at large. And my goodness, we need them thinking about this. We won some awards, and that's it. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Dr. McRae. Well, with this inspiring speech, we have concluded the first part of the conference. Better late than never, I say. Next, you will be invited to join your chosen thematic group. Now, this is something that you have already decided upon. You did this when you were registering initially. If you are not sure which group you're in, please check your email. A reminder was sent this week. So this is how it's going to work. Each theme is in a different room. Okay? There are 3 themes. I'm going to call the people who are in theme 1, which is dual higher education. This group will move to the MCAST Resource Center auditorium. Before you leave, a reminder that there will be some coffee over there. So if you're gasping for a coffee, as I am, you'll be fine. So could theme 1, dual higher education, please move to the back of the hall. So you can get up and leave. Thank you. So theme 1, dual higher education, to move, please. But please let theme 1 leave first. Thank you. So our helpers will lead you to your different venues. So you will find them at the back of the hall. Okay, theme 2, the future of work, will be held at the Institute of Applied Science Auditorium. You may begin to leave towards the back of the auditorium, please. Remember that there will be helpers who will lead you to your appropriate venue. Theme 2, the future of work. As for theme 3, industry and regional stakeholders workshops will stay here in the main hall. So you have a very easy commute. So theme 3, industry and regional stakeholders workshops will stay here in the main hall. MCAST directors will be leading your thematic groups. May I please ask the 2 panel members we do have so far, just because of time constraints, could you please introduce yourselves so we can start now, and then hopefully we'll be able to be ready by about soon. So you may begin. Thank you very much.
It works? Yes, fine. So, hello everyone, I'm Olivier Lard. I'm working in Estia Institute of Technology. It's a French engineering school located in the southwest of France, in the French Basque Country. Yeah, I will be the moderator for this session. So I will ask to the panelists to introduce yourself, please, in a few words, in a few minutes, because I have not the curriculum of all of you, so I will ask you to present yourself, please.
Okay, hello everybody. Sorry to keep you waiting. We were doing just some health walking. My name is Jana Bulka. I'm originally from Finland. I'm a resident of France. My background is in Finnish higher education, actually biotechnology industry, but that was long time ago. So I moved to higher education, to experts and management positions. I tried out university sector, and then the very exciting University of Applied Sciences, which was considered as a big threat to the higher education sector at that time. It doubled the number of higher education students in Finland and has been generally a very big success. Later, I moved to the UEC in Paris. I was leading international reviews of higher education in regional and city development, and one of the very, very good institutions that I came across was Mondragon University. And they haven't stopped impressing me, always learning from the good institutions and converting things even better. So since 2013, I established my own company, and I have been working ever since with different organizations, mainly World Bank and European Commission, and contributing to quite a lot of research projects and evaluations. So I'm very happy to be here, but I'm mainly learning from you. I'm not the kind of person, I don't teach. I absolutely have no skills or patience to handle that, so it's nice to be here, and always nice to see young people.
I have it here, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, just go on. I am Andrei Pirevets. I am a representative of European Students' Union. Lovely to be here in Malta with you today. I can say that we, the students, are always very thankful and also know how to appreciate such invitations as this one is. And we also like and strive in order to take part in such conferences and in all of procedures that happen inside the higher education environment. Originally, I come from Slovenia, located in Ljubljana, and for the last 2 years, I am working at ESU, as already said before, the European Students' Union. I am focusing mainly on learning and teaching policies, and internationalization and mobility. Before that, I was quite active also on the domestic terrain, let's say, where I was president of the Slovenian Student Union in 2021. Well, it's quite some years ago already. And also in Slovenian Quality Assurance Agency, so I have a bit of background also when it comes to quality assurance. In short, that is it. I will give the floor to the next speaker.
Okay, Sayana, you can do so.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the possibility to be here. I'm Sia Maknarian. My background education is from Aalto University in Finland. It's basically related to technology. I'm Doctor of Science in Technology. My work history is connected to basically a lot to what was happening in 90s, beginning of 2000 with the mobile system. I was with Nokia for a long time. And then after that I have been leading a company named Genelec, which is a company leading in the audio industry, audio for sound reproduction for basically professional people in the music production, film production, TV radio station. So if I would like to summarize what has been the focus of my background, is more like innovation leadership, people leadership, combination of technology, business, society, people. I think there's a kind of collaboration between different things, which is very, very interesting, and the time has been very interesting. There has been a lot of things happening, but now we are again in a situation that we think that what will be happening next 20 years. So thank you very much. Very nice to be here, and let's.
Thank you. So I give the floor to Adolfo, maybe to introduce yourself in a few words.
Sure. Thank you very much for the invitation to all the organizers. My name is Adolfo Morais. I'm the Vice Minister of Universities and Research at the Basque government. My background is quite, let's say, strange. Okay. So I was educated as a mathematician at the university. When I finished my studies, basically the only option for mathematicians at the time, or the main option, was education, the education sector. And now we are a highly demanded profile in the Basque region, at least. So I've seen in my life that basically we have had the need to learn on the way, okay, in different positions as mathematicians. We have never been trained in the old times to be directors of, or to be in contact with enterprises or so forth. So basically, I started by being a teacher of mathematics in a secondary school. Then I went to university. I was requested to go to university to become a professor of applied mathematics in an engineering school. That means that I had to learn a lot about the real life and the engineering way of understanding mathematics. So learning. Then I learned to be, responsible for international relations, for external relations with companies at my faculty. Finally, to become the director of international relations at the university. After that, being Director General for Meteorology and Climatology of the Basque government for a time. They understood a mathematician could do that as well. And finally, I ended up as Vice Minister for Universities and Research, and I'm proud to say that I believe I have been a key person for the spread of dual education in the Basque country. So basically pushing for a collaboration between the universities and the enterprises and the universities and the vocational training sector, so that the students would have the opportunity to be trained both at the university and the companies, okay, and to experience and expand, dual education, not just in the Basque region. The Spanish government took the Basque region and the Basque model as a reference model for the expansion of the dual education at the university level to the rest of the Spanish regions. So basically that is my background. Hopefully I have shown that I believe in lifelong learning.
Yes, you are a realistic model of lifelong learning. So thank you, Adolfo. So I will ask the first question, of course, to the representative of the students. So Andrej, I have a question for you. Given the unpredictable nature of future employment opportunities, what factor do students rely on when choosing a degree program? Could you give us
that's a big question, and also a very important one. Of course, there is no exact answer, as every individual is different. It's a very, I would say, multifaceted topic. In an ideal world, every school student would choose his own path based on his own desires. But we know that in reality, it is not like that. Also, when we check the Euro student data, we can see that the socioeconomic factor is still very important, a very, very, let's say, also crucial aspect. Here we include, let's say, tuition fees, accommodation possibilities, different scholarship that may influence the decision of a school student on where to enroll for his studies. The second thing would be, which is also very important, is guidance, connected to guidance or maybe to lack of guidance. In some countries we have very good support guidance mechanisms where students are dealt with on a daily basis with different structures, and it is here we can find an equilibrium, let's say, between the desire of the students and his capabilities in order to find a good learning pathway. But where there are not, when there are not present any, let's say, mechanisms, students often tend to try to look for the, we say, proxy signals, which means the signals that are not very, I would say, scientific and are very frequently, let's say, recommendations of parents or recommendations of friends. And it can happen that in these cases maybe students find their way into some programs where they may be at the end dissatisfied with their choice. Another very important aspect is also, let's say, the labor market outcomes. So what comes at the end of your studies. Here we have different elements. For example, prestige of some universities or faculties, and have the stability, which is also quite important. So, for example, vocations as doctors, lawyers, and so on. This is also very attractive for students, and also flexibility. Here I'm thinking mostly about students that do not have a strong desire or a strong affiliation with some of the vocations, and choose learning pathway that would conclude in them being, let's say, an individual with a lot of transversal skills, which means that they fit a lot of different categories. Another important aspect, if I continue, is also environment, different, let's say, cities, different campus activities, also engagement in student activism, maybe. So it's very different. It's very different, and also very important, maybe also for universities and for faculties, is also the transparency of the information that you convey as faculties, maybe on your website, maybe on different conferences. This means that it is very much dependent also on the reliability of presentations and also the perceived validity of it, let's say. So if, for example, one faculty speaks about its learning outcomes, and you can see that there is practically everything that is covered, students may doubt, and that could maybe result in them opting for another program. So yeah, I believe that universities also have to be realistic when presenting their let's say, learning outcomes of a certain study program. But I believe I gave you an answer that encompasses most, or let's say, most frequent aspects when it comes to what are the key elements when students are trying to choose a program that will fit them best.
Thanks a lot, Andres. So a lot of reasons in the choice of the option of the university. There could be money, parents, advices, opportunities to know about new careers, opportunities to work. So very complex system. So it would be complicated to use artificial intelligence to show maybe So thank you very much. My next question will be for Gianni, please. So the idea is how can collaborative effort between academia and industry ensure that dual education programs remain responsive to the changing needs of all sectors? Complex question.
Yes, I think there are actually many embedded questions in this question. But first of all, we know that the pace of change is sort of accelerating all the time, and it is now affecting all industries. And what is perhaps different in this transformation is that for the first time, also the highly skilled workers are going to be impacted. So I think we are living exciting times. There are perhaps a lot of sort of defeat mode in certain means, but these are also policy questions. I believe that the future will be what we will make it also. It should not be left to the big businesses, big multicultural companies who are not respecting any of the rules. I did not answer to the question, none of the three ones. I will go into this now. So in those regions where I have visited and then the institutions that I have visited where they have a dual type of learning programs, usually it is not only that's not the only way of collaborating which is going on. These institutions are often quite embedded in their cities and regions, in their localities. They have longer-term collaboration and partnerships, and through these partnerships, they have sort of a meaningful way of collaborating. And that collaboration means that also there is a sort of a mutually benefiting partnerships going on where both the institution and their programs and then the business are growing together. So they are in sharing openly the issues and problems. So in some institutions, they have developed structured approaches to also look into the future issues, world of work, how it's changing, and what type of challenges there are. There might be a sort of higher level collaborative organ, which is looking into the challenges in specific industries. And that's how they are scanning the situation where they will move next. But obviously this is not the only way of collaboration. There will also need to be sort of deep collaboration within these programs where it's not only the students who are moving to the workplace, but it's also the teachers and then vice versa. So I guess this is it's really about mutually beneficial collaboration, which is the answer. But then again, this works best with bigger companies, where you have people who are able to do this type of work and collaborate. They have the time, resources, they have people who are able to do that. But what do you do with smaller companies? There you don't necessarily have time, resources to collaborate. You might not have you have other issues. You really have to do the work all the time. So in some institutions, what is going on is that they are sort of developing a cluster approach for certain type of industries or certain type of businesses, and the approach is kind of different. Or it could be also locally based. So that at the municipal level, not at the regional level, that's too big for this. So yeah, I guess these are the two things that come to my mind there. It helps a lot if at the policy level there is understanding that higher education institutions and businesses need to support, they need public support to be able to do this. If that's not there, then the institutions have to put their own money into this, and there is less of a drive.
Thank you. So, well, the main thing will be to have a collaborative place where industry and academia could have talks exchanged. It will be easier for big company than for small company, but maybe one solution will be to use clusters or association of small companies to have this relation between industry and academia.
Also perhaps look into the sort of gender issues, not always men sitting there, there are also the other people. Students are important because they have a different approach to life in general, different questions. So not only the usual sort of always the same people, you have to bring in a widen the discussion groups and perhaps also the civic society. I mean, we are talking about dual programs, but they are not islands separated from the society.
Thank you very much. So the next question is for Adolfo. So you are involved in strategies and politics, so this question will be about strategy. And, the question is, what strategies can be employed to promote lifelong learning and upskilling in workers across diverse industries, considering the rapid pace of technological innovation? Please, Adolfo.
Okay, thank you. Well, I think some of the things have been mentioned before, Jana especially, but we have a word for it. It's called ausolana in Basque language, and that means basically collaboration at a bigger scale. But it's, I like to say this is a joke, that it's a question of mathematics, because we have a task to join university and business. Usually we represent the collaboration between the university and the business by university dash, or in a mathematical view, minus business. Okay, so we changed the concept to plus. Okay, so the strategy should be how to bring together, as Jana told us before, how to bring together different actors. How do they collaborate? How do they have the ability also to have a consistent dialogue between different actors? That would be students, that would be, representatives from the political sector, that would be universities, not only universities, also vocational trainings, and that would be, the professional sector. What we have done basically is to cluster, not only the companies, which is something that we usually see in a larger scale, but we have clustered also the universities and the faculties. So basically we have right now 2 clusters in action. One of them is for cultural and creative industry. Okay? So all faculties in the Basque region would collaborate together to collaborate with cultural and creative industries. Okay? And the second one would be more dedicated to science, technology, engineering, and that would be also a cluster of 11 faculties in the Basque region from different universities to collaborate, all of them together, to provide clusters of industries with formation. And the dual education is a must in this vision, basically learning in a work environment as well as an academic environment. For that, I think one of the key elements, and something that we mentioned very little because sometimes it's a little bit difficult to put the pressure on a stakeholder, okay? But something that we have very much in mind is that, something that is not transition, but is, constant in a university is the professors. So basically, we target professors to be close to industry, okay? How we do that? We do it from different approaches, not the traditional one. Like one of them would be, okay, we bring companies to the universities, okay? So we set up university business rooms where students can do the master thesis or industrial thesis or whatever. But we also do the other way around. So we also have set, business university rooms, basically clusters of companies that all of them, provide challenges to the cluster of universities, of faculties, and they compete to provide solutions to these challenges. So basically, let me say that there is a must in all this vision, and it is very relevant that we embed innovation also in our, strategies for innovating, right? And it's also a must that we understand that that can not only be something that we do at the higher education level, okay? So that needs to start before that, okay? Students should go to university understanding that they are going to have also to somehow learn further, have a contact with companies, with the professional sector before even going to university, okay? And of course, that, connection with the companies, when I talk about companies, I talk also about the public sector, okay? Students should have a wider, stronger contact throughout the university studies, okay? I said before, it's key, the idea that the dual education would be one of the major helpers in this kind of approaches. And of course, I think it was also mentioned that the view of the political makers is very relevant in all of this. So the quadruple helix model is very necessary so that, all of them work together. Lifelong learning is a must, not just for the universities or for the companies or for the vocational training sector, but also for the, impact on the society from the political point of view. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adolfo. I noted that maybe a way also is to move professors and teachers inside the company itself, maybe to know more about the needs of the company and the future needs could be a possibility. Okay, thanks a lot. So the next question is for you, Sayamak. So you are aiding technological companies, so it will be a question about technology. What are the emerging skills sets needed for the future workforce, considering the technological advancement of Industry 5.0?
Yeah, very wide question. How much time do we have?
Yeah. 5 minutes.
Yeah, I think it's so important to define the scope of basically how you would like to approach to this question, because even today when we listen to keynote speeches, there are different levels that you can approach. One way is that you look at what are those trends in the society, in the technology, and then you say that, okay, let's look at the green transition, let's look at the digitalization. There are things that anyway they will be happening. Now it is basically up to us how quickly and to which direction, and I fully agree that we are not only basically passive society, so we can also contribute to the direction of what's going to happen. So anyway, one way is to look at the trends, another way is to look at what is the situation in the labor market, what is the demand, what is basically available, and then you look at the demography of the society, and we can easily say that, okay, what kind of jobs will be open for next 10 years, for example, in Europe, is not so difficult to actually anticipate that. Then you can look at the way of working and society, development in the society. You can see certain things that, for example, hybrid work, I think that's something that is future, is something that it has already happened to a large extent, and I think it will be part of future work anyway. It depends on what kind of work we are talking about, but I think it's so essential part of that. Same like in-person interaction or remote interaction. I think they are complementary things. They are not going to replace each other, but we have possibility to benefit from different also technologies that now we have. But if you look at then another factor is the expectation. I think that's also very, very interesting that new generation, next generations, what is their expectation when it comes to work? I think one of the biggest issues that right now we have in the society, at least in Europe, is that for a very, very high value of work. We know that if you go to industry, for example, if now you start looking at an expert in embedded software, that is something that everybody needs. So if you go to the industry, it doesn't matter actually what industry you are looking for. Embedded software designer is very, very wanted. But at the same time, if you look at what kind of profile you would need for that, is a certain background, educational background, and a lot of work experience to get there. And but then there are a lot of jobs that are related to, for example, service sectors that they're really important, but at the same time, in terms of social position, they're not enough valued. Or at least if you look at, for example, the salary is not in a level that, for example, young people, they would be so interested in that. So in that sense, yes, I really believe that is not only a matter of education or even the business side, but it's a matter of society, how we are going to build that, what kind of job we are going to offer to people, what kind of security, life quality we are going to offer to people. If you look at the technology, where I have a long background and also new innovations, I don't really believe that. I'm so sorry actually to hear that even in this kind of conference we are hearing that, okay, somebody is saying that after 2 years AI is going to replace human intelligence. Hey, come on. Let's not repeat this kind of thing. It will not happen. Nothing, if you look at the long history, I like the way that one of key speakers, they said that it was about Malta and 7,000 years putting to, comparing to the time of independence. It was only 10 minutes or something like that. So we can look at the history. This is not the first time that this kind of technology disruption or evolution is happening, and even during all time, people, they have faced many more radical things, but the position of human will be there. And I think, if I would like to make a summary, because of all these things together, I would say that the future job is also about sensing, thinking, doing, learning. And basically, this is a combination. the ways could change, but I think we will need people who will have sense of responsibility, sense of why we are doing this thing, why we are developing this and that. And at the end of the day, it should be for a better life for people. It doesn't matter what we are going to do. And thinking, I think that's the area that education can help a lot, that you have to gain a certain kind of foundation that you can analyze things. It doesn't matter actually what kind of job is, how you use your creativity, how you define the concepts for different things that you could develop and offer. Sense a little bit more like, I think that we are moving more to the direction that we have possibilities actually to use more our creativities, curiosities, and that is where human always has a position and will have a position. And then there are things that are related to cooperation. Actually, yesterday we had a discussion, and there was a good question. If you look at the leadership in different organizations, actually the amount of time that we spend in organization to solve the problem, most of them they are connected to how to cooperate. It's amazing. It's so much we think that we work on how we cooperate, how it would be good to build a team that people, they feel good, that they become creative, they can cooperate and so on. And for that, I think now we are moving to the direction that in the future there will be more this kind of multicultural teams, and we have to learn from basically different backgrounds. This kind of, I call it cultural competencies, that we really understand. We could have sense of empathy, that we can understand that why our peer or colleagues is talking or saying what she is saying or he is saying. So I think this kind of thing, a collaboration, capabilities to collaborate globally, and thinking that, okay, we have a common goal at the end of the day, in the long future, and that's for human.
Thanks a lot. So it's not about technological skills, it's more about soft skill, about curiosity, creativity, collaboration.
Exactly, because I think technology is something that actually you can learn. Okay, if you would like to become a signal processing designer, then you would need certain education, but technology, the part that is related to different tools, and we have learned, if you look at last 20 years, what we are using. I remember the time that we were developing the first mobiles, and we were looking at, okay, how many of those mobiles will be in the world, and we were actually calculating how many cars are in the world, and then we estimated that would be a good number, because during that time it was part of mobility, and car was a kind of mobility. Later it came to the fact that, okay, without that, there were vision that internet will be on the pocket of everyone. Okay, now we are here. But people, they have learned that. They have learned how to use that as a tool. Whether there are good things and bad things are, of course, connected to this kind of development, but it's up to us how we are going to use that. And yes, I definitely think that technology is, I think we give too much, like we think that we are just, we are objects. We give too much space to this kind of thing will happen anyway. No, there are things that actually if human being would not be here, we didn't have this kind of technology. So human is creating this. Human has been also causing the climate change that we are facing. It is the problem that we have created. And so if we have created the problem, we can also solve that. It's up to us.
Thanks a lot. I think we are running out of time probably. Maybe we can have some 10 minutes or something like that. So I will ask an open question for all of you, just to conclude. So the question will be related to dual education, of course. How can dual education initiatives address the evolving demand of industry more specifically the technological aspect of automation, AI, digitization. But how can we address these evolving demands by dual education?
Okay, I believe it is important to have different perspectives. That's why I think the answer lies in the final, let's say, product, in the graduate profile. So actually here we will have with, let's say, dual programs, we have individuals that have, as I said, different perspectives, and when they come to the labor market, they are at first they are very employable because they have throughout the years they gained many networking let's say networking opportunities, and if this is enhanced, it later can develop also into the first employment, of course. They also have a wide array of skills in order to tackle all of the issues that come with the modern society and with the rapid technological change. We have also something that can happen here with employment is also the competitive edge, I would say, because students of dual programs usually get direct exposure to demands of employers, and that's how they can also build a bridge from their studies into the labor market and into their first employment. So in short, that would be it probably. The importance of different aspects, of different perspectives, importance of being able to see one certain element in society from two different perspectives.
Thank you, Andres. Maybe another point of view from the panelists?
So I think that people who are designing dual programs should also be aware of who are the individuals and people who will be impacted by the risks of, for example, artificial intelligence. So we know that currently women's jobs are being slashed. So is there a need to look into the programs in such a way that also the other half will be included? Another issue is the older generations, well, not even older, well, coming from me, 56, 64-year-olds are the age group which is doing less lifelong learning activities. So, and there is a huge push in different societies in Europe for people to be active in the world of work longer. So, could there be a way in dual programs also take into consideration these people? Could there be joint programs with businesses who would see what will happen, for example, to those employers who are doing more of a routine stuff, which will be very easily automated, and what other things they could be done? I mean, could there be this type of solutions? And for the sort of mainstream dual programs, I think in addition to the technical content in all programs, it's very important to embed communication skills, collaboration skills, and creativity. We're not hoping to create robots, but something better.
Thank you. Adolfo?
Yeah, very short. I think there are many ways in which dual education can help. Okay, I think we must realize that dual education has this opportunity of, bringing the knowledge from the universities to the companies and from the companies to the universities. So I think that's a major point. So for dual education, we must realize that in terms of AI, everything, I mean, seems to have been discovered, and you know, they were talking about Elon Musk yesterday announcing this kind of new AI that is going to be much better than a human intelligence and so forth. Well, we'll see. That's a probable scenario, I think. But the thing is, okay, we are talking about something that is so rapidly emerging and, you know, and advancing, that I think there is a must for this kind of studies to be highly connected to the profession, to the science, and to technology. And I think dual can be that bridge that will join the flow of that knowledge from one to another. And the other thing is that, I mean, it's obvious that it's going to prepare, is going to be key for preparing the next generation of, for example, AI experts, students, you know. And I don't see any other way of doing it by collaborating in this sector. The other thing is that, I said that before, I think dual has also the possibility to transform the higher education, because it's basically, you know, the core of the higher education, which is the professors, but it's also hitting the core of the businesses, which are, you know, the professionals who are, you know, doing their job in a business. So basically, it can be key for transforming, you know, both businesses and universities, and of course, for providing students, again, with the knowledge that they need, both providing a common language, you know. I understand that it's also going to, it also has the strengthness of embedding the innovation that I mentioned before, spreading the long life learning culture, okay, and spreading the collaborative culture between different stakeholders.
Thanks a lot. Just final word, we have just time, yeah. Sayana maybe for...
Okay, actually again, I wouldn't connect this too much to new technologies. I think dual type of thinking, combining work and education is something that if you look at, it has been always there to some extent, but now we are talking about how to actually turn that to a kind of mainstream thinking and bringing more like people toward that area from the industry, from the universities or educational side. If you look at those innovative or those companies who have been leading technologies, that is the way that they have been doing. We have been cooperating with universities for a long time. It has been self-evident thing. So, but now I think is how to expand that to basically answer to certain questions that we have in the society. I don't think that is so much. Okay, digitalization, AI definitely will have impact on that, the way that we will be doing, but it will not change the fact that I think people that in the future also they will be using their brain and hands to some way anyway. Okay, it might be that the speech recognition will replace some of those user interfaces, but at the end of the day, it will be connected to this area, and that basically is a dual thing. Today also we had some examples that this kind of, I think, how to use your brain and how to experience things, the combination of this is so important for human being and for the whole development that I think I see that dual education or model, it is something that actually we should have already been doing much more than what we have been exercising. So it's more like a self-evident thing from my point of view.
Thanks a lot. The final word maybe will be collaboration. I've heard the word a lot here. I think we have no time for questions from the audience, but you will have the opportunity to speak with panelists during the coffee break, maybe. So a warm thanks to the panelists, please.
Thank you.
to the panelists and the moderator for this enlightening discussion. So we will now have a short coffee break before we move to the second session. So we've got maybe 10, 15 minutes latest if you can be here by 25 past, please. He's over there. There we go. Moonlighting as a photographer today. So yes, just a reminder that the session will last 1 hour and then we will break up for lunch. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for coming back. Welcome to this second session on digital transformation and dual education. So my first question would be to Connie. Connie, what are the implications of digital transformation for the future of dual education in your opinion?
So maybe I should first introduce myself very briefly. My name is Connie Meyer-Bonde. I'm from Germany. Happy to be here. Thanks for the invitation. Happy to join this panel. I'm from the Duale Hochschule Baden-Württemberg, DHBW, and I'm Dean of Business School. So I'm speaking mainly about the business school and the implication for the business school. In my professional career, I've been a manager in tourism and a politician, both sides I combined. But coming back to your question, let me point out 3 focuses. The first one is I would like to speak about digital content. So it is a transformation for our content as university. The second, let me speak about how we do teaching. And the third point is about how we organize teaching and our administration. Let me start with the, for us, most important point, the content of our studies. What we've seen in the last months, years, is that we have a shift in our programs in bachelor and in master, coming to more and more digital related study programs. So we once had business informatics, computer science, now we have a data-driven business, we have RE, we have data science, and much more. Not only we have a SWIFT in our study programs, but also I would say nearly all modules were affected from the transformation. There is more and more RE integrated, artificial intelligence, in our modules, and more computer application in our studies. So there is a dramatic shift in our content. It's a good thing, but we have to recognize it. The second focus I want to mention is how we do the teaching. And I mean, everybody here knows the universities are not the same than before Corona. We really had a deep change in how we teach. It's still, and we in Germany at the DHBW are face-to-face university. But we have more and more online courses, hybrid courses, and let me give as a remark, especially for a project like we have here, EU for Dual, it's great to have this shift into more digital teaching formats. It's great, it gives a lot of opportunities. But we have to reflect, because university, our president points out this always, university is a room where we meet people, and learning is a very personal thing. And so we are fans of digital, lectures, but we need the personal contact as we feel now at this conference. The third point, we have a radical change, or we will have, we do not have yet, in how we organize our studies. So the whole topic of administration. At our university, we now establish, we call that artificial intelligence user group. We try what means RE for the communication department, for the student department, for the facility management, for all of our staff, not only the teaching people. And how will we transform our administration with especially artificial intelligence. So we hope to get more efficiency, less bureaucracy, and get rid of boring tasks. So let me summarize. 3 points. The first is our programs are different comparing 2 years ago. Second point, we have other ways to teach and we will develop that. Third point, we have a lot of efficiency win in the whole topic of administration. And let me, let me summarize. That sounds a bit, it's all good now. Yes, it is good. But especially in the topic of RE, we need constructive and critical young people. And it's our role as university to help them to become critical people. And this is let's say not a new role. We have this role since thousands of years, I would say, but it's a changing role and we have to recognize that. So this is my
Thank you very much, Connie. Can I ask you a further question? There are some fears between educators on the introduction of AI. So there's always a debate, can we not include AI as part of the digital transformation? I mean, we know that there is a digital gap for some people, but the challenge is when it comes to assessment, for example, the use of AI, whether we should teach students to use AI during lectures and perhaps encourage them to use AI during assessment also when it comes to home-based assessment, etc. But do you have any views on this, on these fears, how we can combat these fears? What should we do? Should we embrace AI or try to resist it?
We, as DHBW MOS, see the chance and not only the fear. It is a challenge for us, yes. We definitely will or do have to develop our assessment. I mean, let's talk about bachelor thesis or master thesis or some university, and they did a bit publicity, already abolished their thesis. We are not so far now, but we think about doing more oral exams and we discuss that. And we feel that we need a bit of discussion and we feel that it's a process. But we definitely see the chances and not only the challenge. It is a challenge, but great to have challenges and great to have these tasks to encourage young people to use AI and to reflect how to use AI and to develop assessments that fit perfect to these new times.
Thank you. Una, on to you now. Maybe you can give us a short introduction about yourself.
Sure. Hello everyone, nice to meet you. Thank you for the invitation to the conference and to speak today. My name is Una McGurr. I have been in higher education for a significant number of years, and I guess I come here today not really entirely representing my organisation, which is a global provider of transnational education. I come really in that sort of professional sense of somebody that's worked in innovation, leading pilots in New Zealand, working with the Irish embassies on tertiary education development globally, also having set up a polytechnic in Bahrain, and having taught in the UK and Ireland and Spain. So I've had a really interesting journey so far. And I guess I hope I might have some insights which cross cultures. Often we talk about students as a generic group. I think we know that they are not generic, but you know what's interesting is that we do seem to have emerging themes which cut across cultures and people. So hopefully I can answer some questions on that basis.
Thank you. We did touch one challenge, which is basically assessment. But my question for you is, are there any other challenges and perhaps opportunities of integrating digital humanities and digital skills in dual education programs?
Yes, so thank you for that great question. Just a small question. I'm an optimist by nature, so I see everything as an opportunity. Then after a little work on the opportunity, I become more pessimistic. I think there are huge opportunities for us. Not least, I think we can make our lives significantly easier. All of you here that work in any kind of process-based evaluation or reporting, I'm sure would be delighted to find digital support, and particularly in the arena of AI, to support us in generating some of that baseline data in order to be able to then apply our rigorous reflection and creativity to the storytelling element of the work that we do, because I think a lot of what we do is about storytelling. A challenge I thought about that's associated to that is exactly what we're raising. We know that in many of our groups of people that we work with, both in our staff, our students, colleagues, ourselves, we have gaps in knowledge. And I don't know about you guys, I like to think of myself as being right ahead of the curve, but every now and again I go to one of my assistants and say, do you think you could just work this up for me? Because I look at the screen and think, oh no, I can't go and do self-help again on Word or AI or something. I just need somebody to help me get it done today. So I think we've got to be realistic about what we're doing. I think we're in the era of life-wide learning, and I say that deliberately because just reflecting on some of the comments that we've had, one of our challenges that we have as countries around the globe, we all know we've got labour shortages, and we all know the reality is we're importing labour. It's an age-old phenomenon that governments like to twist to their advantage when they're campaigning. Let's keep them in, let's get them out, do we like their colour? I mean, it's quite hideous, really. As a daughter of immigrants as well, I find that particularly upsetting. But I'm, one would argue that because on a colour chart I don't figure, so I'm not as obvious to some people, right? So from a personal capacity, what I see as well with my staff is, I've got a really international staff. I think I've got 27 nationalities in my teams. And they all bring different skills and different cultural aspects. Some claim to be highly technologically proficient. They're not. They're just really good with particular devices. Others have undiscovered talents, which when we sit through a training session, suddenly they blossom. So I think it's just that commitment to the opportunity is the commitment to advocate for and to see through continuous development as a life-wide learning activity for practitioners at every level. So staff, students, incoming students, families of students. If we look at some of the work that we're doing on the periphery of vet education and higher education, much of that is in the domain of enabling people to adapt to new environments and new countries. So that's absolutely crucial in being able to equalise the playing field for them. So how do we do that? Well, we can do that through accreditation and recognition, but we can also do that by bringing people together in similar learning experiences. So I think we have to be a little more honest with ourselves as so-called developed nations in how we approach this. Probably a bit of a bold statement, but it's really important. And I say life-wide, not lifelong, because it's wide and deep and high and long. It happens in all ways and in all ways. So I think just a little step back for us as educators as well, and that we are co-collaborators in that space. Connie touched on this really importantly as well. The future of AI is in the hands of the people who are coming to us for their so-called training and upskilling and development. The reality is that in co-creation, the more we create, we enable co-creation, the more we learn. And, I never met somebody who didn't want to do less work and have more fun. So there's actually a potential for us to drive that. I love my job. I run a college at the moment, and it's great. But my head sort of knocks on the table every time I get another request to fill in a form. I'm like, how? Why? How? This could be, if I use the term pre-populated one more time, I think I'm going to kill myself. But we've got data-driven technology in my organisation, and data-driven decision-making, but I still have to fill in forms. And people tell me what they want me to fill in, and I say, well, can't you do it? You've got the data. I don't mean that churlishly, but it's just kind of, it's nuts having Power BI, for example, sorry to use a proprietary term, if we're not drawing down on it properly. So leverage the technology you have, prepare people appropriately, engage in a conversation of continuing development for creativity, not as a churn in your performance review. I think there's a missing piece here as well. No one's mentioned it. I've been quite interested during the conference, and maybe somebody will, so please excuse me if I'm getting ahead of myself. Open education, Creative Commons licensing. There's a stack of great stuff out there that we're not leveraging. If we combine that with the funding which is so gloriously available in Europe, we could be quite unstoppable. And I feel quite ambitious about that. I've been privileged enough to work in countries, for example in Bahrain, where the assumption was we had huge budgets. We didn't, but we developed a polytechnic, and now it's motoring and it's doing what it was meant to do, and it's producing high-level graduates who are highly employable. Now it's going to start delivering doctorates. It's 10 years old. It's extraordinary. And it's all in applied learning, so you can do it. So I think it's just that sense of being bold, leveraging what we have, advocating for what we don't have, and accessing what's already out there. So just as a little takeaway, I would encourage all of you to look at the Open Education Resource Universitas. I have sadly no other connection than a love for it now, but it used to sit in my portfolio when I was the Deputy Chief Executive at a polytechnic in New Zealand. And it's an extraordinary adventure into democratising, through digital learning, higher education for those who otherwise wouldn't have access. You can join it, you can sponsor it for a small amount of money, you can be part of it, and you can draw down any of the resources it has freely available. I think if we start doing that a bit more with that digitalisation, we actually then get into the domain of what do we really need to spend our money on? Because there isn't a person in this room that isn't curtailed by budgets in education.
I also have a supplementary question for you, tied to what I asked Connie. So, you are an optimist, he said. So
mostly.
Let's focus on opportunity. Do we have the opportunity to expect more from our students if we engage with digital technology? So, given that we can become superhuman, not physically but mentally, because we have AI helping us. And my question is, can we expect more? And should our programs change in a way that the skill set we require is different? Because anyone using AI, I mean, AI would not be useful if we become lazy. AI can be useful if it enables us to think further and be more analytic. So what's your view on this?
Absolutely. I was talking to a colleague who's a little bit younger than me, and she was finishing an assignment for one of her PD programs that we put her on, and she loves. And she was showing it, this looks good, just tidy this up and we'll have a look tomorrow before you submit it. And then she said, what was it like when you did it, miss? And I said, oh, we used to hand write our essays. And she said, what happened if you got it wrong? I said, there's another 2 hours in the library rewriting the page. Some people remember that day. Obviously, I went to university very young. I'm joking. But there's a point there. What do I spend my time doing now? So if I relate it to myself, I don't spend hours writing stuff. Now, I actually use voice notes to create reports, and then I tidy it up later. So I think what technology can do is create the opportunity for us to expect more, in a sense of the holy grail of what we've been trying to do for the last 30 years is to build in reflective, analytical thinking into our programs. We know that's absolutely crucial. It's part of that reflective cycle in decision making and problem solving. So if we use AI wisely, we can front load some of the more administrative aspects of learning, and we can create space for what we've talked about today as well, the person-to-person engagement around thinking, what we know is the zone of proximal development, when we realise what we need to know or what we don't know, and for that really important thing, which is the human exchange. sharing knowledge, creating knowledge, sharing reflection. So I think the opportunity is to push our learning content and our analysis and assessment towards that critical thinking domain, which is something we've been driving for. In every institution I've worked, the apocryphal employability skills, communication, group work, collaborative, creative thinking, analytical thinking, reflection on action, how, what, how, so what. So I think there's the opportunity, absolutely, and we can move away some of the tasks. And how do we know that? Think back to when you did your first course of study. What did you do then that you wouldn't be doing now if you're at uni? Most of it's around those kind of mechanical things. But we can make our lives easier, so you've got more time for thinking and, dare I say it, philosophizing, which is always a nice thing to have, because that's a skill we use every day. Just because we work on a factory line or in machine engineering doesn't mean we don't think. Quite the opposite, we have to do it more and more.
Thank you. Edmund, would you bear with me for a while? So I ask another supplementary question to these two ladies. I know you're eager to give me your input about work-based learning, but if you obviously have something to share about the questions I've asked them, please do.
Oh, you know that I'm eager we still did not create a model to know what the people are thinking. So I think there are still to do a lot. But I mean, yes, this is, I thought you should make this question to me. But I think the artificial intelligence, from the point of using, I think it's a great opportunity. We just using artificial intelligence for preparing teachers for teaching better, and also preparing students to be better in the exam. So we create a kind of professor-based AI, which you can present your skills, and then you get evaluation based on the best practice that the AI-based, GDP, let's say, based, is offering you the validation what you are doing. So I think it's a very good pre-avoiding action not to fail to the exam if you prepare yourself with a very good ethical-based, best practice content, and you come to the let's say better preparation. I think, like for example, you are a journalist student and you want to prepare how to make interviews, so you can have a politician as a AI based with the name John or Edmund, and then you can interact in a kind of real interaction, and by the end you get the evaluation, which from my experience now that we are doing is, I would say, better than a kind of qualitative evaluation you get from a professor in between, because a professor has their own individual experience, but does not mean that it's covering all best good practice you can cover from the knowledge we put in the content and in the knowledge. So I think this is a perfect match. It's a good point. This does not eliminate the role of mentors and professors and teachers and so on, but in the same time, it's an extra tool, I think better tool that we can use. And I think this increases the efficiency. Can you imagine, before to read a book, you have to go to the library, you go to the page, you can do find, so you lose a lot of time just to have one answer for one question that you are looking. Now you can do faster. The AI can help you to find the right sentence to the right digital content you are looking for. Then it's up to us to make better questions, to be more prepared for the next challenge and so on. So I think this efficiency we can use to be more productive and more better for the future. I think it's a additional support for the humans to move forward, especially now in the Industry 5.0, where we have to interlink with this part. So I think, yeah, or virtual reality. So you, especially in developing countries, you cannot buy any kind of physical components in your laboratory. So this, education 2.0, where you have labs and you have simulation and you have those things, you cannot buy everything. but you have everything in metaverse. Means you can have every kind of assets in a 3D modeling in a sense that you can attach virtually, but it's visually is the same in your home, and it's cost 60-70% cheaper. So I think the technology, in principle, give us a great opportunity to share this best education worldwide, because it's cheaper from my point of view. So having a robot in 80s or 90s, it was extremely expensive to have an industrial robot because it costs. Not every school, not everybody can have it and touch it. But today, everybody can have an industrial robot, a small that can work and have the same functions that you have in different countries. So in this case, it's an opportunity we have to use in order to bring back the role and importance of humanity. And I think we are coming back as an important member of the system, or the component of the system, as it was before in Industrial Revolution, where machines take over and we just step back. But now we are coming back with the importance of creativity, of a lot of other things. And I think it's good, it's very nice. We are happy that we are living now.
I think also, Edmund, one of the points you raised, which is really important, is when you move, you shift the goalposts towards technology, virtual reality. Three things emerge. John's point this morning, connectivity, but human and emotional connectivity becomes more valuable. That has a knock-on for tutors. Do we support our academics to be deeper, not better, but more profound or more rounded mentors? That's in the soft skills domain. So there's a shift for the pedagogue there, I think. The second piece is, and I say this having worked in New Zealand, where rural dispersity was a real problem with technology. There were parts of northern New Zealand where we couldn't connect learners to laptops because there was, sorry for any Kiwis in the house, no internet coverage in a developed nation. So that's a big question we have to answer. Thirdly, if you want to extend to the democratization of education as a real lever for good, those incoming people into our countries, and we're all receiving them well in a welcome way, I would hope. They come with different senses of technology, access to technology, understandings of technology, sometimes greater than ours. But if we want to connect outwards globally, then it's about how do we divert funding to support that so that people can access it. So absolutely, totally support what you're saying. I learned, really interestingly, in a developed nation like New Zealand, that there were still connectivity problems. Go to the Cook Islands in the South Pacific. You can only get internet for 1.5 hours a day. And it's a developing, almost developed democracy. I'm just using that terminology. It doesn't mean I adhere to that. But I think that it raises bigger questions for us if we talk about SDGs as well, because we all have those embedded into our own practice, we would hope by now.
But just a short remark, coming back to your question. We have AI. We are getting much quicker in finding a book or a sentence in a book and so on. What does that make with our students? So it's obviously easier to write a bachelor thesis. So can we expect the bachelor thesis suddenly to have all the great, whatever, the best one? What does that mean for us as universities? So this really, I'm really curious. I'm not sure. I'm very curious how the bachelor thesis, the master thesis, the exams, but especially these scientific works are developing in the next month. And what are our answers to that question? So very good question. I do not have the answer yet.
But if I may, I said, the thing you would like to share now, or shall I wait?
Yeah. Wait.
Okay. So
go ahead.
No, because you seem to all be very optimistic about this. But is it just me? Because I know a few lecturers that are very afraid of AI. And the way we are assessing, in some cases, we tend to go simply for examination because we can control the environment. So we go for a 3-hour or 4-hour examination, and which is really relying on the students' memory, not the students' thinking and interpretation and critical skills. And because of the fear of AI and the fear of other tools, because it's not just AI. I remember the time when, I studied engineering, but in my time, 30 years ago.
Day today. I now invite Dr. Markus Tomaszitz, who is the Industry Stakeholder Council member from Partner University FH Johanneum in Austria. Dr. Tomaszitz studied business administration at the University of Graz and completed his MBA at California State University. He then held various industry positions, including Managing Director of FH Johanneum GmbH, Executive Director at Magna Education and Research GmbH, and the European Association. He is a European Association of Marketing member. Let's have a round of applause, please, for Dr. Markus Tomaszitz. Thank you.
Good afternoon. When you think of the timing, it is absolutely perfect to give me a spot right after lunch. I think this is the time when we're all a little bit, going all the way down. Our stomachs are working, so it is something that we probably need to digest. Because digital transformation, which is exactly the topic that we're talking about, will have an impact on our businesses, on our companies, on the European Union, of course, on how we work, and of course, in the end, on education, and especially on dual higher education. So, just not to bore you, but just to give you a couple of seconds of background where I'm coming from. I'm the Chief Human Resource Officer of a company called AVL, located in Graz, headquarters in Graz, but we are actually working in more than 26 countries, roughly 15,000 employees. And we are classed a typical European middle-sized company. So on the one hand, we're offering engineering solutions for the mobility of tomorrow when we talk about combustion engines, but of course even moreover, electric cars, hybrid cars, hydrogen cars, and all the other topics are coming. A huge new business is the so-called autonomous driving. Will we ever drive without having our hands on a steering wheel? We go from A to B, how likely is that? And of course, we're trying to find solutions with companies like Microsoft and others in working with the automotive industry. On the other hand, we are producing test pads, which you can see here in the middle, where we place a vehicle, and then you measure emissions, you measure horsepowers, you measure whatever you want to measure, and because everything is expensive, more and more has been done with a simulation. So we are representing basically the old world, because AVL, these 3 letters, is, when you pronounce it in German, the Anstalt für Verbrennungskraftmaschinen und List, something you would never name a company ever in your whole life. But basically it's translated like it's an institution for combustion engine. And as we all know, the combustion engines seem to be at the end of its technology cycle. So what do we do? And how can we survive, and what needs to be done? And of course, right at this standing in the so-called industry 5.0, at the beginning of the digital transformation with Gen AI, deep learning, machine learning, and all the other topics that are here that we want to talk about. Now, what we do need to understand at the very beginning is that, of course, we don't do technology because of technology. But we do it for many other reasons, because we want to be more successful, more efficient, we want to be more productive, we want to be more flexible, and of course, we want to probably gain freedom, gain individual satisfaction, maybe even more. So, when we ask the question, how will we work? It's probably the wrong question. Because the right question must be, how do we want to work? And how can the industry help and support? How can IT, software, hardware do to support us in the way we want to work in the future? And of course, what does all this mean for dual higher education? And let's come up with the picture of what digital transformation actually is. Europe, many parts of Europe, they have been really good in whatever we see here, in this green area, this green bubble, right? We know the physical world. We're really good in mechanics, we're really good in producing something, we're really smart in engineering, probably the best cars in the world always came from Europe. Just to give an example coming from cars, because this is the place I represent here. And then all of a sudden we have this completely new world that you see up in on the blue upper side, where we say the speed is basically the speed of light. Storage is free. Automation basically free. Marginal production costs basically going down to zero. Which is exactly the business model of digital platform industry. Which is exactly what you can see when you look at all the companies that are making money today with digital transformation. And Industry 5.0 means that we connect both worlds. We connect the world where Europe is really good at with the world probably other countries are really good at. And the question is, do we really want to lose the race against Asia and America? And of course, the only answer for us Europeans can be, no, we don't. And we definitely have a lot of advantages if we just understand that this is our hood. The physical world is our hood. We really know this. But we have to accept that this is completely a different world that we are facing. Where we speak about exponential growth, we speak about zero costs for storage, we speak about speed of light when it comes up to speeding something up, zero marginal costs. We need to understand this causes a different mindset. This is what digital transformation means. And what can dual higher education do to change this mindset? Because all the information basically is out there. And because all the information is out there, we know what causes all these topics. So look at 1956, what 5 megabytes of hardware used to look like. Talk about the whole musicians that gave this wonderful music out there to storage this. And this is 2023, with 1 terabyte basically can be placed on the spot of one of our fingers. And the same can be seen about what is wealth. And how is wealth created? And where can we see where assets are located now? Look at tangible versus intangible assets within companies. And now this is the 2023, 2024 is not there yet. We're down to 7.8%. So all what's out there is basically invisible. And you have companies that are probably 2 or 3 years old, but they tripled the price of Mercedes with 120 years of history of automotive production. Which is really a fascinating thing if you compare companies of BYD, Build Your Dreams, a company from China, with Mercedes. Here, the dream, there, the old world. And I refuse to step down. I don't want to give up as a European. But we have to accept that we need to understand that there is a mindset change that needs to happen, that we cannot give in against Asia and America. And by doing so, I think something else came up. No, it works. We have to take a deeper look on how our workplace of tomorrow will look like. And what kind of skill set is necessary to be successful if we believe in a Europe of tomorrow. Because of course it's not only industry, it's not only, for example, the automotive industry. We're speaking about tourism, we're speaking about all the healthcare, we're speaking about all the areas, every different item, public sector of the economy. So, do we have to fear? Do we have to fear that we will be replaced? Because the last 100 years we spent a lot of time in the substitution of manual power, right? For us, for a farmer in Malta, wherever, it's much easier now to farm than it used to be 100 years ago. You know? Nowadays you have all the machinery, it's working perfectly. The same can be said for a lot of labor, hard work, hard labor in industries. It will be replaced by robots and machines. What we're fearing now is the fact that can the muscles between our ears be replaced? Yeah, it's our our cognitive skills in danger? And if so, what does it take to make this happen? And this is nothing new, because not so long ago we were fighting against machines for the right to work. And of course, some of you who are aware of all those research studies over the last couple of years are well aware of the so-called, this famous study by Osborne Fry about the substitution by software and then, of course, the replacement of jobs. But is it really jobs? Or is it much rather the content of a job? The jobs probably don't even disappear, but what will disappear is actually what we are doing within this job. And that probably software technology will give us a lot more freedom for creativity, for working with people, for working with clients and customers, for working with patients, and less spending time with bureaucracy, time that nobody else will ever give us back, but just holding us back for what we actually really want to do. Because over the next couple of years, and ChatGPT is just the beginning. ChatGPT is, I don't know, Windows 10. That's just a short impact of what actually we will see. We'll actually really go where we can see the red circle here. Now we work on the routine jobs, whether manual or cognitive. And this is an interesting spot, and it comes with a lot of humiliation, doesn't it? We don't feel comfortable that computers beat us. Whether it is Go or chess, and a Swedish software was even able to beat the best poker players because the computer bluffs better than every human being. How frustrating is that? Well, it's humiliating even. And of course we accept that nobody would do a race running against a car. Somehow we accept that the car is faster than we run. But now we have to accept that computers are much faster in most of the things that we are capable of doing. We're not there yet. We're far away. We're in this humiliation situation at the moment, and this is what we need to overcome, because just if you look at what was happening in 2023, if you look just on the upper corner at 11 o'clock, every minute 23,000 visits are happening at ChatGPT. And none of you academics know if your students are using them. How great is that? None of them. And this is really interesting. Also, we have no idea, but I mean, it's unbelievable how our world looks like, completely different. And we all have the big fortune to live in times where probably never before we've seen so many fundamental social changes happening to 1, 2, or 3 different generations. And I think we heard a lot this morning, and I think throughout the whole day we will hear a lot more, that for those of us who are in education or who love education, especially higher education, we have to accept the fact that technology is always ahead. Now for us here in Europe, we have an education system starting by kindergarten, going up to school system, primary school, high school, up to, that arise from basically the Industrial Revolution. Our European systems are basically here to replace one human by another, because this is what was necessary in the Industrial Revolution. And once education is ahead of technology, there's prosperity, which is why Europe was so successful from the 60s of the last century up till probably, hopefully, today. But now that we see a new technology coming in, digital transformation coming with all the different kind of topics, and we feel and see social pain, especially amongst those who feel that they do not possess all the skills necessary to be successful in the future. Wonderful book, by the way, by Lawrence Katz, a professor from Harvard, The Race Between Education and Technology, and what can we do? And the beautiful answer here for all of us is here in Malta, and thanks to the great host of MCAST, that dual higher education might be one answer to win this race, or to close this gap. because students see both worlds. They see the world of companies, they see the world where they're working, and they see the academic world. And they can combine. They have this beautiful situation of this methodological situation that use the means and methods to combine knowledge with what you see every single day. So all the information is basically out there. But no matter where you look in tourism, you look in healthcare, you look in the public sector, you look in education, you look in the industry, no matter where, we all have the same situation. We need a set of skills, whether we like it or not. We need to have a set of skills. Some more, some less, but we need to understand that there are technical skills necessary, like data analytics, software development, IT architecture, and some of us are even into quantum computing. But for most of us, and this is why I can see here this dotted line, below this dotted line, this is something where probably none of us may exist without having some of them in the future. We need to develop this digital literacy, to use the tool. None of us has to be perfect in C++ and using all the software languages, no. But we need to use the tools. We need to learn how to use software in the best way. Of course, we need to talk about ethics, which is what we did at the Future Work just a couple of minutes ago. We spoke yesterday when we had the beautiful chance to speak with members of the industry about how important collaboration is. In a time where probably we don't sit together anymore when we work. We're probably not even working in the same time zone anymore. But we have to face the fact that something needs to be done at a certain time for our clients. And this is what we're facing today, because all the information is out there. But there's a mismatch between what universities know and what business does. And we need to close this gap. And the faster we close it, the better for Europe and the better for all of us. Agile work methods, remote work, digital learning. And then, of course, the classic skills, problem solving, creativity, probably more important than ever. Because humans are really good at something that you cannot, and probably not for a longer time, being replaced by computer. This pattern communication. We see patterns. We can read between the lines. We understand context in a perfect way, probably no one else can, at least for a very long time. But we also need to make sure that the kids of tomorrow, kids of today, and kids in the future need to come back to their creative skills, because if the computer takes time for our routine, hey, we have time for creativity. But then we have to use this creativity. And creativity cannot, I don't think that we get better if we sit a couple of hours in front of our cell phones, by the way. Entrepreneurial thinking, intercultural communication, resilience, we talked about this, and this is probably the most decisive thing, at least from my point of view. Transformative skills. The ability to adapt, the ability to change, the ability to accept that something will be different in the future, and not finding reasons why something should probably not come and should probably be prohibited, but to make sure that we are prepared for whatever is coming up, including judgment, decision-making, mission orientation, listening, innovative capacity, and many more. And I don't want to go into deep, because there's so much information out there, whether it is McKinsey, and of course you will see all these slides. I think I hand it over to the people responsible for this conference, so you can have it. Or World Economic Forum, where you can see, okay, where a growing job demand, which you can see here on the side, for example, data analytics, AI specialists, big data specialists, digital marketing, process optimization, information, decreasing job, data entry clerks, administrative secretaries, accountants, assembly. Well, a world with less accountants is not a worse one. We can live with that if we accept it. We only have to accept it. And on the other hand, all the information, again, is out there. I think universities understand this, companies understand it, politicians, we all understand that in the future will be all about analytical thinking, innovation, active learning, complex problem solving, critical thinking, creativity, and so on and so forth, what you can see here on the right-hand side of the slide. All the information is out there. But we need to start. Yeah? Talking is not enough. And this also a good thing. The millennials are ready. This is, by all means, the best educated generations we've ever had in Europe. Yeah? If you look at all the importance of business and the perceived strength of the generation, you can see this is a really well educated generation, but we could be better. We could be better. Yeah? So we are already starting or stepping from, I would say, not so bad spot here in this race, but we need to really start. And dual higher education, from my point of view, is really one, if not the most important answer. I want to end up by coming up with some problems that we're actually facing. What I can see in my company is, to be honest, if I look also at my clients, and we look at all the clients, none of people who are working in the board, who are owning the top or the end of the pyramid, they have no clue what the future will bring. No, don't believe anyone who believes I know where the work is going from. We have no clue. I have no clue what the business model of AVL will be in 3 to 5 years. And believe me, so do most of the automotive companies. Where are we going to? So we need to be open and to be flexible, because we have to get away from the belief that there is a path, everything is perfect, we know everything, there's a great plan, and we have all the data. Yes, you have the data, but still we don't know what the future will bring. So we have to step away and have to be very humble, not to really have all the answers right away. Because some go, yeah, but the companies and this and that. No, we need to learn what this digital mastery for the business plans will bring in the future. We still see in companies underdeveloped talents. We suffer a talent and skill gap. We see the demographics. Demographics is one issue. The other issue is that there's a mismatch between where young people want to go and study and where companies need the jobs. We also need to close that. And we are closer together with schools and teachers, for that matter, to give a better understanding of what kind of talent development we need. A pure communication, we need to work better together. And I see this as a problem basically from the organization, that we need to be much more open up in cooperation between universities and companies. A lack of digital culture, there's still some parts within organizations, but even more between countries, where they believe digital is something bad, and maybe if we close our eyes, it will go away. And of course, finally, this constant competition, and this probably is all in the way sometimes between a really better cooperation and cooperation. Let me summarize and finish up. We have a great generation. This is a well-educated generation, but they will work in a completely different environment than probably my generation, I'm 54, did. Many established job contents will disappear, but the job will stay. So there is an interesting discussion about, okay, what profiles in the future will be developed. And this is where dual higher education comes into play. Why? Because as a student, I see exactly the changes every single day. And if I give this information, and the students are working here as interpreters, because they interpret the world that they see and hear at the university with the world they see and hear within the companies or the workplace they're working every day. And there needs to be this interaction, this communication in between. We need to focus on transformative skills. Why? Because content knowledge is a commodity. So we also need to rethink university education, because 60 to 65% of what we teach is still content knowledge. And it is a commodity. You can get it everywhere, basically for free. So maybe it's time to rethink what we really need to teach in the future. And to finalize up, the full potential digitalization can and will be exploited by the combining of the individual and collective human being with the human machine. This is not machine versus humans. It is this perfect combination. And this is what we need to accept and understand. And by this, thank you. For good afternoon. I want to thank everybody.
Thank you, Dr. Marcus Tomaschitz, for your valuable contribution, which now leads to the roundtable discussion. So can I ask Raimund Hudak from DHWB in Germany, who will moderate the discussion, to come on stage. Thank you. And the participants, Michael Seifert, Guy Hug, Dr. Nora McRae, Urko.
Yes, good afternoon to you. Let's welcome, or give a warm welcome to our panelists, Nora McRae, Michael Seifert, Guy Hawk, then we have 3 students, David Komash, Marek Kovac, and Ugo Reddy. Let me quickly introduce you our panelists. I would like to start with Nora McRae. We heard her keynote speech this morning. She is an Associate Provost, Cooperative and Experiential Education Unit at the University of Waterloo. What we learned this morning, the university is the home of the world's largest cooperative education program, with more than 25,000 active students enrolled in 120 plus accredited co-op programs across 6 faculties. Amazing. Her involvement in cooperative and work-integrated education spans more than 20 years of experience, over which time she has led strategic program development and research on student engagement, community engagement, learning, and intercultural competency development. At Waterloo, CEE is the unit responsible for preparing students for the future of work and lifelong learning through global leadership in cooperative and career education, experiential and work-integrated learning. From July 2017 till August 2018, Nora was Executive Director responsible for cooperative education program and career service at the University of Victoria. And since January 1998, Nora is an executive board member of the World Association for Cooperative and Work-Integrated Education, which we learned today, WAIS. As a faculty member of WAIS, she's planning the institute and assessment. She provides training to work-integrated learning and practitioners globally. In 2020, Nora has been awarded the Dean Erman Schneider Award for her significant, comprehensive record of contributions towards the advancement of the philosophy and practice of cooperation education. Thank you to have you here, Nora. Then Michael Seifert. Michael Seifert is the CEO of Seifert System Inc. in Germany, and I just have learned that you finished a dual higher education in Germany at Dortmund. The foundation of Seifert Systems is laid back to Germany in 1965. Your father started with the company and you took it over 2005. And since then, you consistently expanded your company through international sales organization and new production size. Seifert System is producing systems to ventilate, cool, heat, control, and illuminate enclosures and cabinets for the automotive industry, but not only for this industry, for telecom and medical sector, as well as for food processing and car manufacturing industries. In recent years, and Mr. Seifert is living here in Malta, they have started a digital transformation by investing in the latest technology to streamline their processes and thus become more sustainable. So Seifert Systems Malta, for example, invested in the future with a new smart factory, which is based on Industry 4.0 principles and is the first climate-neutral designed production facility in Malta. Dynamic growth and sustainable development in an international environment embedded in a traditional family business culture best describes the company's mission. Thank you very much, Mr. Seifert. Guy Hawk. As a senior expert and advisor, Guy Hawk cooperated with many international organizations. The European Commission, just to name a few, the European Parliament, OECD, the World Bank, Inter-American Development Bank, national and regional governments, higher education associations like EUA, EURESHI, EAIE, exactly, thank you, ACA and ENCA, and universities of all kinds of cultural environment. On all continents, mainly as on higher education programs, policies, structures, institutional development, but also quality issues, qualification frameworks, internationalization, and much, much more. We are very glad to have Guy Hawk in our advisory board of EU4Dual. Two personal statements I want to add on here, which I found at LinkedIn about you, is what matters most is universities' impact in people, the economy, and society. And very interesting quote there, diversity is the key to progress and success. And that's exactly what we are talking about here, diversity of education today with dual higher education. Then we have three students here. We have David from John von Neumann University. You are studying financing and account, and you are part of a dual higher education program. Same thing with Mark. I've heard you are studying accounting, right? Okay. And then we have Urko from Mondragon University. So let's get into our discussion, and we have prepared some questions for this diverse team of panelists here. And I would like to start with the students first. So the question to you three is, how can dual education programs help you prepare for the future of work? You have a microphone over there.
Hi, can you hear me? Thank you. All right. So thank you for the opportunity to be here, and for given the short amount of time that we have, I would like to read my answer for this because it's more efficient. Sorry. I believe the answer to this question would be very different coming from all of us, every other student in this dual education from every European country. But it's all like all these branches, but we would all come to the same root. We have all these different situations that we encounter during work, and these are like micro challenges to us because they're situations that we were never encountering before during school. And now at the workplace, we are facing social situations and social challenges that we haven't encountered during university, such as how to be responsible for your work and how to effectively communicate between different departments or with your colleagues, and how to integrate yourself into an environment that was not designed for you, basically for students. It was designed for people with experience in this working environment. And this is really the key, I think, to this experience. So my answer would be that this is exactly what dual education provides us with, is relevant, not just hard skill based experience, but also social experience. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. The first thing which came to my mind immediately, it gives a great opportunity to have new people around you who already have the practical things and the practical knowledge really well, and it also can serve as a motivation. I mean, we won a competition among those people who applied for the same position like we, and we got selected, not the others. And furthermore, it helps creating better communication skills, and helps to organizing us in teamworks. So yeah, this is my answer.
I think it's very enriching what they just told. And I think I'm going to add up in the end to many things that they pointed out. But I would like to answer it with a question that I asked myself, that it is, why do we study? In the end, looking at it from the surface, I think we study in the end to work. That's the first thing that comes to our mind. But now, being a student, I think is a thing, or like a sociological thing that has happened lately after the war and the more modern times. And studying is like a life cycle in which you enter from one day to another, and in which a lot of expectations are put into you from the working life and from industries and from different places. And I think being a student, apart from being a life cycle that you can also enjoy and meet with your friends, is also a conciliation between what's expected to you and also how to use your skills and where to use your skills too, because you have to find also the right place to use them. So in the end, studying is very, looking from the surface is just gaining knowledge, and you can gain knowledge, I think, from many different ways. And maybe in engineering you can learn very technical things and then apply it. But I think I think a work experience meanwhile you study transcends only gaining knowledge in another way. As he also mentioned, you meet people that you haven't met before, because, for example, once I worked as an English teacher, not in a dual program, but in my free time, and suddenly it was a mother of 2 kids that was telling me her problems, and not my friends telling me jokes when I was resting from my work. And in the end, indirectly, that opens, I think, your mind a lot, and you start to see life in a different way. And if you do that in your study field, I think it's very enriching, and it doesn't only have individual effects in the student trajectories, but it also has effects, I think, in society that we cannot still measure or see now in 1 year or 2. That I think those are things that start happening maybe in 10 or 20 years. So, well, answering to the question, in the end, when you are in class, you gain knowledge, as I said, and it can be very content knowledge, as we just heard in the talk. But in the end, with a dual experience, you instantly put into movement those thoughts you have, and they don't just stay in thoughts. And in the end, movement creates effects that are real. So, yeah. And you also know where to use your skills and how to use your skills, because you already have a basic experience, and in the end that can put the right people in the right place in society, and I think that's very enriching for society to function. And then also I would twist the question, and also I would say that the future job market prepares for the newcomers while having dual students, because they already know, or they have more hints on what's coming. So the students also know how to enter, and they also know how to receive. So it's a thing that only doesn't help the students, but also helps the industry and the companies, and they also know then how to use or how to organize themselves strategically. And I also think that you cannot prepare for something that is not existing yet, because you don't know how it's going to be. And in the end, the future of work, we see a lot of initiatives now of how they ask young people how is going to be the future of work. And I think that's because no one has a clue, and people are very, very nervous of how or where are we going to be in 5 or 10 years. So I think you cannot prepare, you cannot prepare yourself for a future job market that doesn't exist. But in the end, if you already start employing students in the job market from a very early stage, they indirectly, by participating, they co-create the future job market. So in the end, they in the future they will be working in a creation they made and not not in one that they made from an uncertain point of view. So yes, that's. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Very big perspectives. Thank you to all of you. Let's continue with the industry perspective here, and my next question is to Michael Seifert. What role should industry partnership play, exactly what our students told us here, in shaping the content structure of dual higher education programs to meet current and future workforce demands?
Thank you. So, yeah, I think that's a really fundamental and very crucial question. First of all, dual education. So, dual education, I mean, the name is a program. It means industry and education institutions together. Otherwise, it's not dual. So, it cannot work if it's not dual. So, that implies that industry must be engaged. Industry should engage itself. You know, it's a question if they do it really. So you have to be engaged. You have to be engaged in developing a curriculum. You have to be engaged in developing programs. You have to be engaged in develop the ongoing of dual education. We've just heard that the world is changing so fast. We're just in the middle of another industrial revolution. We're in the middle of a change in society. So that cannot be static. It needs to be a constant exchange and the constant adjustment of programs, of curriculum, of expectations, I believe. So this is something, I believe, if we don't do that, if we don't find together industry and in educational institutions, in universities, in technical trade schools, we will lose out. I can just say that from my home country, we mentioned that shortly before, my home country, I passed through a dual educational system, and I can just vouch for how much is given to me for life as well, not only for my education, but for much more. It has given me insight into how hard it is to make money. It has given me insight into so what I want to be, in fact, it has shaped me. So it's so important and fundamental. So we need to engage industry in education. That is key. And I know a lot of industries pushing back, don't want that, sees it as an obstacle, sees it as an expense, seeing it as something I don't need right now because I'm too busy with something else. But I guess that these companies will not be part of the future. I think that these companies will not be, flourishing in future because they misunderstand and they miss out on the opportunity, I believe, that such an educational partnership can give to a company.
Thank you very much, Michael. Now I would like to continue with Nora. Nora, how can dual higher education programs promote lifelong learning and continuous skill development among graduates in a rapidly changing environment?
Thanks for that question, and thank you to the students for sharing your thoughts and your insights. And I actually think they provided the answer to this question, which is that in order for lifelong learning to happen, people have to have the habit of mind of thinking about where am I at, what's needed, and how do I get there? What are the skills I need? What's the extra learning I might need? What other experiences might I need to help me get from here to there? And that's what dual education, the process of that, is that. And each of these students talked about that, actually. So I think what we're doing here is helping students create that habit of mind so that when they're out there in the world of work and as time passes, and you're absolutely right, who knows what kind of jobs are coming, but if you've got that habit of mind and you've got that self-awareness and that ability to seek out what you need to fill that gap, then you've got the tools for lifelong learning and to protect yourself against the unknown of the future. So I think that just the mechanism is very important. But I would say there are some key components. It doesn't just happen organically. There has to be supports to help. Some students will do it naturally. I think the students here will do it naturally. But some need perhaps a bit more support in understanding what it is they have and understanding and assessing what the gaps are. And that's part of building that into our dual programs to make sure that they are fully equipped to be able to adapt appropriately.
Yeah. And in the area of lifelong learning, how do you see us, the institution's representatives, in the future?
In creating lifelong learning opportunities? Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I think that the more we're engaged with dual education and have partnerships with industry and see that in the dual education ecosystem, then the natural evolution is to see the offering of education that relates to different types of learners, which is the lifelong learning piece, right? Because there's more connection and connectivity between the two systems, which then helps the institution themselves be an intelligent learner, which is to see, oh, there are different markets we haven't thought about, there are different learning needs we haven't thought about, there's different industry needs that we haven't thought about, so how do we fill that gap? So it's taking the same concepts that you would take as an individual engaging in lifelong learning and applying it to an organization and an institution as it becomes a lifelong learner itself, if you will.
Yeah, the Commission in Europe is, with the initiative of developing the micro-credential initiative, is strongly looking into lifelong learning. Do you see us, the institutions, positioned to become a lifelong learner provider in the future?
Yes. Why not? I mean, to me that seems, yes, that would make a lot of sense.
Okay, thank you. Guy, how can dual higher education programs effectively bridge the gap between academic knowledge and practical skills demanded by industries?
Mm-hmm. Thank you for the question. I think I would like to point out three main possibilities. First, to bridge the gap, the first step would be not to segregate between knowledge and skills. They belong to the same entity and they serve the same purpose. How can you do this? By providing both knowledge and skills. Yet, this does not mean that the knowledge to be provided is the same in dual education than at traditional universities. Nor does it mean that it is enough to provide internships and some practical experience to students. Dual is more than just a sandwich course or alternance, as the French would say. Second way to bridge the gap is to effectively reduce the rift over which the bridge has to be built. This apparent rift between the two worlds, education and work, can be reduced when they are not seen as antagonistic and do not ignore each other. In dual education, they are not just two separate tracks, they are intertwined, combined, cross-fertilizing each other. And I think we just had a presentation insisting on this. This means in particular that in dual education, the contacts between higher education and the world of work should be numerous, various, regular, organized. Not just, in my job, I keep running into higher education institutions on all continents where they think they maintain a dialogue with the world of work by organizing once a year a gathering with enterprises whom are expected to tell what they will need in 5 years' time, an impossible task. So this is not what this is definitely not sufficient in dual education. And the third way to bridge the gap is to have this cooperation education, socio-economic sector at every stage in students' progression through the program. Starting with admission, student admission, curriculum design and timely updating, students' learning path and orientation, joint projects, internships and research, participation in teaching and training activities, Participation in the definition of institutional strategy and governance. Reasoned internationalization. I underline reasoned internationalization. In the participation in the evaluation of students, coaching, internal quality assurance system, including all activities beyond the local classroom, which is something which is hardly done at many institutions. And in the end, the certification of skills acquired well beyond the traditional transcript showing credits and knowledge, participation in job fairs, lifelong learning opportunities. So this is just a list of the contact points which I believe are necessary between the two would-be words. And this leads me to four short observations about what dual is or should be. Dual is not restricted to the private sector, to enterprises or industry by this way. Of course, industry is an important part, but services is another part. So the vocabulary is important then, and I think we should avoid giving the feeling that dual education is exclusively for industry. This is not the case. Secondly, dual is more than just preparing graduates to working in a particular job in a particular industry. I see there the major difference between VET, higher VET, although the boundary between the dual and VET is blurred, definitely. Third, dual is not just for short-term access to the labor market. It should also equip graduates with skills allowing them to further grow. And you insisted on this. And finally, dual is more than just work-based education. In a presentation I saw that dual education is work-based education. No, it's work-based education with, it's one of the two tracks. The other track also is important. If it were only work-based education, it would not be dual. So work-based education is part of dual, and in my vision, should not be it should not be restricted to the initial education for young students. And this is one thing to the leadership of the Alliance. This is one thing I miss in Dual for EU at its current stage. What I miss is the integration of the recognition of prior learning and lifelong learning. And I insist on the recognition of prior learning because I see it as a key tool for lifelong learning. If not, I think there is no real lifelong learning if you don't give recognition of what learners have already acquired and allow them to focus on what they need to acquire. So I suggest that in some time in the future, the Alliance should take on the challenge of lifelong learning, making the recognition of prior learning central rather than marginal as it is currently, organized rather than ad hoc as it is currently, fair rather than haphazard as it is currently. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much to all of you. We have just 2 or 3 minutes left for one question from the audience to our guests here, students or our panelists, experts here. One question. No question? Yeah.
I have one question. And every time we talk recently about the skills development, comes to the conversation the skills gap. But as important as the skills gap, it emerged that there is also an experience gap, which is required to younger generations when they apply for a job. And in that sense, I think higher education and dual education can play a role. To students and also to employers and academics, what are your thoughts about this missing value of the experience gap that is required in many professional sectors? Have you experienced any issues when applying to a job on needing an experience?
I think values or student values are seen from a very surface, and I understand that because in the end, from one side you have a job or a problem to be solved, so you need or you want to assure that the right person does it, but you lose a lot of in that way you lose also, and maybe you're losing people that could do big things and that could maybe change your whole, with one little thing that could change your whole company, for example. And from my experience, yes, I feel that I have been seen from a very surface, and I have been asked my experience before my name in some places and said no directly. But from our side also, I think we need to see our responsibility, and we need to raise our voice, and before them asking us where we come from or what do we know, I think we should be already saying that, or we should find a way to show it in another way if this way is not the correct one.
Now, I have a final question to you, and then we will close up. You are well experienced, you have been working for the Commission, you have been working for many institutions around the world, in many countries. Do you think Europe is ready for dual higher education?
Not as much as I would like. I think there is still strong resistance against the change in the mindset, change in content, change in the organization of curricula. And there are places where this resistance is particularly problematic. I have worked a lot in my life with quality assurance agencies. Currently, quality assurance agencies in Europe, I think, are not necessarily promoting quality in the sense as we are defining it, being innovative, changing, etc. They are rather defending the temple, the academic temple. So but the same is true in many governments, many institutions. So I think we have still quite some distance to cover before we are really ready for this. But I hope it's going to happen. There are also reasons why this room shows that there are reasons for, yes, for hope.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
A warm welcome. Thank you to our panelists. Thank you very much. It was a great pleasure to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you to all the panelists and the moderator, of course. Now we shall have a short 10-minute coffee break. Hold on. After the coffee break, we invite you to join your chosen thematic group straight after. So just as a reminder, we have the first two groups which will be leaving the hall, and the third group, so dual higher education, future of work, please, you will go after the coffee break to the room.
With presenting more closely who they are. I just want to emphasize the importance of the subject that we are discussing in this session. So our title is Workplace Wellbeing and Skill Development in the Future of Work. And I think that we have today and during also other discussions heard what kind of demands and expectations are loaded to the young people who are entering the work life. Also, in this afternoon, we heard that the expectations from the work life for young talents, they include, of course, the professional skills, but also many kind of other skills like how they can be creative, how they can change easily, how they can develop need for social skills and many others. And we actually had a discussion with Student Council. We were happy together with my colleague Brigitte Ilk, we were facilitating the student council meeting and their workshop, and also there the students were rising up the challenge that there's a lot of demands for them. And also when we are talking about dual education, of course, there's demands from the work life, there's demands from the academia side. So I think well-being of the students is also one quite crucial thing, and well-being of the workers. So we are talking about these issues today, and together with me are today Jasminka Martinovic from Croatian Employers Association. Jasminka works in Small and Medium Enterprise Sector Director of Branch Association, ICT Association and Education Association. Her educational background is in law, and she's been and is a member of several committees which are related to innovation in small and medium-sized enterprises, lifelong learning, vocational education development, career development, and many other things that are very much related to this subject. So welcome, Jasminka. Then we have Satu Vehreavesa. Satu is Director of Regional Development in Regional Council of Northern Savo region in Finland, and she also acts as substitute of region mayor. Satu is Master of Science, and a couple of words about Regional Council of Northern Savo. It's owned by municipalities, and its tasks are regional development, EU and national fundings, and land use planning, for example. Satu has also worked in universities in Kuopio and Oulu, and also worked in many years in steering group of European Northern Sparsely Populated Area Network, which is an alliance of northern and eastern parts of Finland and northern parts of Sweden and Norway. Welcome, Satu. And then we have Marko. Marko Turk has 17 years experience in academia, and he has PhD in educational sciences and specialization in higher education. He is Vice Dean for Research and International Cooperation and a Professor of PAR, University of Applied Sciences in Croatia. And Marko is also member of EU for Dual Academic Council and coordinates the Alliance local office in Croatia. And during his academic career, he has worked in Great Britain, Germany, and Russia. So very international gentleman we have here. So I think that Marko is very much like an expert on educational issues and higher education policies and practices, but also Marko's research interests are focused on changes in the academic profession and the mental health and well-being of early career researchers. So welcome, Marko. Okay, so now we go to the actual topic, and I think that we start with the ladies first. So I would like to ask first from Satu, how, in your opinion, can companies balance skill development and employee well-being in this rapidly transforming work environments?
Thank you. As you heard, I am representative of Regional Council, whose work is to prepare regional development plans and strategies, and also land use plans, maps, and fund different kind of projects. I can't say that I am an expert in this field to say enterprises what they should do in changing work environment. but basing on my own experience in public sector, I point out some issues from my point of view. As we know, change has become part of everyday working life. In the workplace, in the workplace, employees are being shaken up by changes in strategy, information systems, premises, and work organization. Business change is a challenge for well-being at work. Change can be seen as an opportunity, but at the same time, it always means giving up something familiar and secure. Insecurity and uncertainty about the continuation of work can cause both mental and physical problems for employees and can affect their work motivation and commitment to their work in change situations. It is in change situation, it is vital to invest in the well-being of staff throughout the change process. In an organizational change situation, the focus is on people management. Meaningful change consists of three key elements: communication, involvement, and support, including training and education. And that basis in my own experiences. People are looking for answers to a number of questions about change, but sharing just information is not enough. People in the workplace must also have the opportunity to discuss and evaluate change from their own perspective. Well-being at work in a changing environment will become the responsibility of the companies or other organizations' management, its managers and employees. Maintaining a sense of well-being and fitness for work at different stages of change should be seen as a shared prerequisite for success. The equation between people's work and the company's results must remain clear in everyone's mind. Without motivation, there are no results. And the second part of my speech, I think leadership, skills, motivation, and the work community are important at work, and they are very important in change situations, especially in the change situations. And leadership, I think that it means responsible leadership, skills, that means, for instance, identifying development needs, motivation. Motivation comes from commitment to goals and the experience of success. And also working community is very important. I think that the success of change in a company or in other organizations depends on the skills of managing its use. Managers need to have a strong will and a willingness to innovate. It also requires the ability to involve staff in making changes. This can be achieved by providing information about change, listening to staff, and creating opportunities for them to participate in the practical implementation of change. But change is not an individual activity, but it requires the involvement and collective effort of all. And business change requires people to learn new things. Often even more important is the ability to let go and let go of what has become familiar. People will better understand what is expected of them if new expectations are discussed and their objectives jointly assessed. It is important to draw up and schedule a joint training plan. It is also worth remembering that a well-done job is motivating. In many change situations, managing one's own work is a real art in the face of numerous, even conflicting demands. Motivation is not lost because of resistance to change, but because of genuine concern about it, how to achieve the agreed results. As a conclusion, the steps in a changing situation I think are important. First, preparing for change, and two, supporting the change, and this includes also education and training. And third, evaluating and monitoring change, because I think that people should see what has happened and what are the results. And also, fourth, managers also need support in managing change. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Satu. That was really profound analysis on the question. So I think that we can then continue more deeply into this well-being issue. So I would like to ask Jasminka, how could workplace well-being initiatives be fostered in line of the evolving demands and challenges in the future work landscape?
Yes, as you heard, I am coming from Croatian Employers Association, so I will speak more about the perspective of employers or employees. So as a representative of Employers Association in Croatia, I can say that fostering workplace well-being initiatives is crucial for attract and to keep new employees in companies, especially millennials and Gen Z or Z generation. It is no longer enough to provide employees with good salary and monetary benefits. Today's workers demands and expect more, I would say much more. They want to work in an environment that cares about their well-being. Therefore, that is the complex issue that requires a holistic approach, I would say, and that requires the involvement of all relevant stakeholders. In Croatia, and I believe it is similar in the rest of the world, we noticed that several strategies actually or approaches are key for improving employees' well-being. First, we need to further encourage flexible work opportunities such as remote work. Latest amendments of Labor Act in Croatia finally regulated remote work. So today many companies provide remote work options for their employees. Of course, remote work is especially popular in ICT sector, but also in other sectors where the nature of the jobs allows remote work. Next, a significant issue for improving the well-being of employees is to further promote lifelong learning, skills development and training. Employers must offer learning opportunities and skills development program to their employees. It is proven that skills developments enhance job satisfaction and foster a culture of growth and resilience. I would say that this is one of the most hard and most time-consuming tasks for employers, where they must define objectives, communicate with employees about their own desires, create training programs, rearrange work schedules for almost every employee, provide feedback, and many other technical steps. But also I think that in today it is one of the most important tasks for employers. Thirdly, the well-being initiatives that we try to promote is promoting of work-life balance, especially for parents of small kids, and initiatives about physical health of employees. More and more employers in Croatia pay for additional health insurance for its employees. Fitness program provides meals that are healthier, provides medical examination and things like that. Also, we believe it is crucial to have a defined workload and expectation for your employees, so that they can organize in a better way. Traffic jams are also one of the common problems that demotivate employers to come into the workplace. And as we heard in the morning, it is Maltesian has same issues like we in Croatia.
Thank you, Jasminka. And actually you mentioned there this work-life balance kind of thing, which is of course, as you mentioned, very important for employees with children, but actually I think it was a bit surprising how much it also was brought up by the students in the student council workshop. So I think this is really a big issue as well. So then I turn to Marko, and we are going closer to the dual education issue in this question. So Marko, how can dual education programs incorporate strategies for enhancing workplace well-being?
Thank you, Virpi. Before I express my answer and my thoughts related to this question, I would like to thank the organizers for this magnificent conference. From our institutional experience, we know how challenging it is to organize such an excellent conference. So once again, many thanks to all organizers at MCAS. Secondly, as you have heard in the introduction, my specialty or my expertise is in educational sciences, specifically in higher education, and that's something that I have been doing for the last 17 years. For the last almost 10 years, I'm particularly interested in topics related to well-being of academicians, and more specifically to early career researchers. So my discussion will be closely related to educational topics for well-being in education. Since during the previous answers we have heard many times the importance of leadership as one of the most important factors related to well-being, I would like to start this introduction with one statement. It is a statement from the inauguration speech of the former rector of Maastricht University, and her speech was titled Power of People. In that speech, she presented herself as the diversity rector, and she said, So, the citation. My fundamental mission as a rector of Maastricht University is to provide structured and well-planned care for people. People's well-being is crucial for the success of this university, and I strongly believe that rectors, as academic leaders, have to support and encourage university people because they are the power of academia. Professor Riane Monique Letcher, she was the youngest rector of the Maastricht University from 2016 to 2022. And I would say this is a great introduction to my answer, because I would like to start with a more broader or from a more broader perspective. When we discuss well-being in education, it's important to say that in 2023, the European Commission published two important policy documents related to well-being, which, of course, they approach the concept of well-being from the theoretical position as a specific state within the mental health concept. And so those two documents, the first one is promoting supportive learning environments and supporting well-being at schools and other educational institutions. And the second one is well-being and mental health through education. So I would like to base my discussion on the findings from these two documents, and especially on the findings from the latter document. The latter document emphasizes the World Health Organization's definition of mental health, which refers to a state of well-being in which young people, different groups of young people, realize their abilities, learn to cope with common stresses of life, develop a positive sense of identity, and the ability to manage thoughts and emotions, build different social relationships, not only, of course, in their family, but with their friends, with their partners, with their peers, and so on. And, of course, acquire an education that fosters active citizenship. So, a whole educational approach to well-being and mental health, in which all institutional actors and external stakeholders have, I would say, an essential role, promotes this concept of mental health. So when we discuss well-being in education, we have to talk about mental health, and then we have to talk about well-being as one of the indicators or one of the explanations of mental health in education. And now, if I approach or if I discuss following this traditional funnel approach, it's important to ask what are mental and well-being health difficulties. And now I would like to share with you some statistics. Usually different audiences love statistics because they are important to position the topic in the more narrow framework. So according to World Health Organization, 8% of the world's children and 14% of the world's youths, which includes students, live with a mental health issue, different mental health issues. 35% of 13-year-olds in Europe report feeling low, nervous, and having psychosomatic symptoms more than once a week. Depression and anxiety disorders are among the top 5 causes of illness. Suicide is the leading cause of death among adolescents, so among the group between 10 and 19, in low and middle income countries, but the second cause in high income countries. Loneliness is closely associated with mental health problems. For instance, 13% of European young people, again, I would like to highlight, which includes students, feel lonely in an educational environment. And last but not least, when we talk about students, when we talk about pupils, students in high schools and also university higher education students, we shouldn't forget those who are responsible for their education, teachers. According to statistics, 24% of teachers in Europe, teachers at different educational levels, which includes also university teachers, report their job harming their mental health, and 20% report the same for their physical health. And now, if I would like to go very strictly to my field of expertise, in academia we have even boring results, especially relating to doctoral students and to professors in academia, but that's something that I'm going to talk more precisely tomorrow during my presentation. And now, how dual education programs have the potential to influence workplace well-being? There is a great potential, I would say. So within dual education programs, different strategies, different approaches might be incorporated to enhance workplace well-being. For the first, let's say, round of discussion, I will just list a couple of them, and then lately we can discuss more precisely about some of these. For instance, mental health awareness trainings, peer support networks, workplace wellness programs, flexible work arrangements, then conflict resolution trainings, job crafting workshops. Again, Satu mentioned the importance of leadership development programs. Maybe our academic leaders should ask themselves if they are aware of the importance of well-being and mental health issues, because very often these issues are hidden issues. They are not visible as some other maybe physical illnesses. Regular feedback and recognition in different type of works and activities. Continuous learning opportunities and so on and so on. But as I said, we can discuss more particularly about some of these in the second round. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marco, for your insightful speech. Actually, I think that now when we have had quite a long day, and I think that there's also maybe a bit tiredness just to listen us speak. So actually, we together discussed that it might be also a good idea to, in this point, ask if audience would like to raise up some issues to this discussion. Otherwise, we will do it. So I would be happy to hear, because I think that everyone has experience on these issues, and we would be happy to discuss those, and we would be also happy to hear your opinions, your insights on this issue. So please, if any of you, great.
Thank you, Marco. That was very interesting. I had a question. I was listening to the last part of your statement, and something that Ms. McCrae mentioned this morning, or she hinted at. On the other side of the Atlantic, there's this idea of, and I'm not going to get the Latin right, in loco parentis, so that the university takes the place of the parents, the family, and that's why you have a lot more stringent rules, where in Europe it's traditionally been, we provide information, we provide an education. Whatever happens outside of that isn't our concern. Do you see, or do you advocate a movement in Europe more towards this in loco parentis attitude or situation? Is that what you're saying?
Thank you, John, for your inspiring question. Well, in a nutshell, I would say yes, but now I would like to explain, because I think that you gave me a very good introduction in your question, based on these different perspectives of university, governmental structures, and university organization. Traditional universities and traditional academia have two missions: teaching and research. But very often we forget our third mission, our civic mission, which is closely related to this, what you have said. That's something which is also closely related to universities or higher education institutions' social responsibility. through different programs or through different modules which higher education institutions might develop, might establish in their framework. Of course, questions related to well-being, or we can say parental approach to their employees, I mean primarily to academics, but also to their students, I would say that well-being and mental health should take one of the first places. They have to be aware, because care about mental health issues and well-being of students and academics is one of the university's responsibilities. It's not only to produce knowledge, content-related knowledge, or to develop skills. Today, in the first speech, we heard, I would say, crucial or very important question, values. Again, very closely related to this social responsibility. So I would say yes, I advocate for this approach. And now I see another.
Thank you very much. So my name is Benjamin. I'm from Accenture Technology. We cooperate in Germany with the DHBW. So we have about 150 dual students enrolled in the program. And I have more of a remark to the topic of well-being than a question, and maybe after my remark you can comment on that too. So a couple of years ago we realized it is not enough just educating our dual students in work-based learning, but to have a life cycle of the students going through the program. And not every student at every point in this life cycle needs the same. So we said there are two important aspects. The one is community, the other one is mentorship. So we have certain mentors that are differing throughout the program. So we have former dual students who are there for the whole 3 years taking care of the students, guiding them through the journey because they have made the same experience. But on the other hand, we have communities of practice. For example, there are some students with a neurodiverse background who have other needs than, for example, students who migrated to Germany where the parents experience differences than people who just grew up in Germany. So we said this mentorship and communities we provide for our students help them to succeed, not only within the work-based learning, but also through life. And so we noticed, after we integrated that, a huge success, and the people even after this study stayed for us with the company for a couple of years longer.
Yeah, I think there's one.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation and your comments. So I have a question. At our university, we absolutely recognize the mental health challenges of our students and the rising levels of anxiety, climate anxiety, as well as, I mean, you'd be crazy not to be anxious, really. And we're looking at how can we help our students build that resilience within themselves to be able to navigate what are very challenging and uncertain times that can lead to a lot of despair and despondency, which of course we don't want for our students. We want them to be able to navigate whatever path makes sense to them. So we've been building a program which we have based on the very old Japanese concept of Ikigai. Others familiar with that? There's some familiarity with Ikigai. Okay, great. And that's building on helping students understand what their values are, so what matters to them, what are the skills that they need or could develop, what does the world need of them or that they would like to engage in, what issues, and then how are they going to engage. And it's sort of those four simple questions as they develop purpose, clarity for themselves. And we feel that this way of moving forward, of course we have employability is very important, and skill development towards employment is of course important, but rising it up a little bit around what is that, the job is just a means to an end. So what is the end? What's the purpose? What's the meaning? And we hope in doing that, we're helping to create more hope-filled agency within our students that we hope will help offset this tidal wave of anxiety and despair which we see in them at this point. So I don't know if you have any thoughts on that from your own perspectives. because we hear a lot of our employers, it resonates very much with them too, because they're also trying to find purpose in their organizations and aligning that with their employees.
Yeah, thank you so much. That was really, really important. And I think that both points of view were really important. And I just want to sort of say that I really agree with these value and purpose issues, because I think that this is very important for us to sort of make the learning purposeful for the students. If they understand that why we are doing this, then I think it's easier to also struggle a bit with the studies, because they know what they are aiming for and what is the purpose of this all we are doing now in the higher education institution, and how it will help us to build our career in the future. I also just want to shortly comment this earlier speech, because I totally agree with this issue that also the students who come from other countries to study in our universities, for example, in our university we have over 500 international students, and we can see that for them there are also like even more challenges than the Finnish students, because they have this situation, they are far from their home, they are in a different culture, they are struggling with the language, they don't understand what people are talking around them. So it would be amazing if they don't have any challenges with their well-being in that situation. So I think that we are going to that kind of world that we need to develop so much more and more versatile kinds of help students to be resilient and survive in the studies and in the life in general.
Yeah. Thank you for your comment. I could only say that I strongly agree what you have said, and I would say that from my own experience, based on the fact that I've been working with students for the last 17 years, what I've noticed is especially this purpose. Students want to see purpose, but not only purpose of their education, because mostly education is not only here with us, or we are not as a professors here only to teach students. We are also responsible, more or less, to prepare them for their life, but life in general. So I would say that purpose of life, that's something that they have to learn, we have to teach them, but also they have to have a chance to reflect on this process. Students' reflection is something that is crucial, I think, for the feedback that we can get from our students. In your keynote speech, you mentioned a couple of times the importance of this reflection, and that's also something that I can confirm based on my personal experience. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for those thoughts. And I'm Juha Asikainen. I work as an executive director of the student union in Savonia University of Applied Sciences, and coming from Kuopio, Finland. And yesterday I got voted as a member of governing board in our alliance. So, but that was not the thing I was going to mention. But a bit wing under my wing.
Tough question.
Yeah. Well, in Finland, universities are obliged to organize student sports in different ways. When we talk about sports services, it's much more like provide low threshold physical activity, but also different kind of types of activities that support the ability to study. But I think that one of the key figures what we have to enhance and what we have to do with students is how we meet them. How student is met, not only inside of the university, but inside of the community as a whole, to get together with the partners of the university. Last week I had a chance to talk about with our rector and our chaplain of these things, that how we look at student eyes. That contact might be on some day the only contact to other person. And this is really, really important, that how we as a universities look at the students' eyes. Thank you.
Thank you, Juha. That was really...
Virpi, can I ask one short question?
Yes, please.
Thank you for all. I'm also from Savonia, Merja Alakotila. My background comes from management and economics, and therefore my question is about the remote work and the hybrid work we are facing today. So what kind of issues you should consider in the management, in the day management side, when you're facing the hybrid work and when you have to provide support to your employees? So a short discussion about that, please. Thank you.
Okay. Well, one of the things I mentioned previously is flexible work arrangements. So remote work is something that goes under the umbrella of flexible work arrangements. And I would like to say that, of course, flexible work arrangements include some sort of that we have to advocate for this type of work. So flexible scheduling, and it's important, to accommodate diverse needs of employees, but also diverse needs of students. And also, some recent research results have shown that work flexibility, but also studying flexibility can reduce stress and improve overall satisfaction and with work and educational environment in general. So that would be my comment on your question. So maybe.
Okay, I just make a short comment on that. Of course, Marco already answered really well to the question, but something that I was just wondering after listening to this question is that I think that one challenge in higher education institutions is that our systems are built on teachers' needs mainly, and nowadays our communities are much more diverse. There are people working in teaching, in research and development issues, in management, in business services, in many kind of activities, and these kind of models which are built for teachers and their time, how they use their daily time, and it doesn't work for everyone, and that I have already noticed that, especially because my staff is working in international context and international environments, so there's some challenges related to these administrative human resources issues, I would say. But just short comment. Thank you for the answers. And the one highlighting point is that the remote work itself, current studies have shown that it's also a challenge to our well-being. So that's also the one side of the remote work. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Okay, yes.
Thank you. I have just one comment first to Juha. After they started remote studies and they couldn't go to the university or other educational organizations. I think that in Finland and in many countries has been seen many problems, mental health problems, and I think that many students have had also problems to motivate themselves to study, and I think that this is still a very big problem. I don't know what is the situation in Savonia University or in other universities, but I know that as soon as the biggest pandemic has finished, it wasn't anymore. Savonia started that kind of studies that students, they had the possibility to come to the campus area. But in Finland, at many universities, the main way to teach is still remote teaching. I have two sons studying at the university, and the other son, he has said to me that he don't know. He has studied nearly 3 years. He doesn't know all his studying what are studying. Yeah, that's problem. And about remote working in my organization, we have decided that we have 2 days during a month that everybody is at the same time at the workplace. And for instance, my team, regional development team, we have all our meetings so that everybody is at the workplace, because I realized that those people who like more remote working, they somehow feel that they are out of the work organizations and they have bad feelings. But some people, they like to do remote working, but of course we have those people who want to come to the workplace. During the worst corona pandemic times in my workplace, there were, I should say, 20% of people who wanted to come to the workplace, thought they had to do remote work.
There is, please, go on.
Good afternoon. I am Xavier Fougier. I'm the director of collaboration with academia in a French company called Dassault Systèmes. Thank you for your observations that I found very thoughtful, so much so that I think they apply to any type of student. I did not designate any specific observation that would relate to a student in a dual education program. I suspect there are specific observations to make, given that they share their life between two universes with sometimes contradictory goals, and in any case different styles of living together. Could you make some observations about what you feel in your experience is would be specific to that type of students?
Firstly, thank you for your comment and question. I can share my experience from my national context, for instance, from Croatia, where students and pupils also in vocational education programs have similar issues related especially to these two worlds, as you mentioned, educational world and workplace world. What we in our national context have experienced are challenges mostly related to their well-being in relation to workplace. Especially why? Because most of the, let's say, instructions, knowledge and information they get at the workplace, it's very often contradictory to that what they get in the educational context. And normally for a pupil, for a young people, that might cause a serious, of course, well-being or mental health issues. So now at the national level, we are discussing how to, not only how to teach or how to train our employers, but also what type of tools and activities we from the educational sector can provide for them to be aware of these students' issues and to work more closely on connections between, information, knowledge, and skills they are getting, so that we can, in some way, that we can minimize this contradiction and these contradictory situations that very often appears. As I said, from the national perspective.
Yeah, I think that I also would like to make some, maybe a positive finding that, or something that we have noticed in our university, because we have our master degree programs are the kind of where the students are all the time, they are working and they are studying at the same time. And the whole system in Finnish Universities of Applied Sciences master programs, the idea is that the student is all the time developing activities in their own working place. So they learn things in university and they apply that to develop the activities in their working place. And I think that kind of feedback given from our students who typically are already adult, they have quite long work experience, they need to have at least 2 years of work experience between bachelor and master. So that's one specific thing as well. So the feedback from these students is that they feel that because they start to look at the activities in their workplaces differently, because they get these kind of new perspectives. They start to think more critically, they start to think maybe more creatively as well, and they got the courage to also say their opinions, and they got courage to develop things in their organizations. And that kind of skills and kind of attitude which they gain when they get more confidence during the studies is something that they feel that it also enhances their well-being in the work. And I think this is like one kind of example how this kind of dual education model can also be very positive for the well-being. It has challenges, but it can be also a positive issue.
Yeah, and also what I didn't mention, what we have discovered is the importance of mentorship and supervision for professionals from the real sector or from the industry. Not supervision and mentorship, of course, related to their professional skills or to skills that they transfer to students, but especially supervision and mentorship related to their teaching skills. That's something that in Croatia, for instance, people from work environment don't possess, and that's something that has been shown as the most important, one of the most important things and results for our educators and professionals from real sector.
Maybe also one quick comment from my side, from the experience we have within Germany. I think there are 3 pillars in the dual education that are different from the regular education. So the one thing is the model within Germany is you have 3 months at the university and then 3 months in the company, and there is not either or, there's a strong intertwine between the two. So there are certain models at the university where you get credits for stuff that you do during your practical phases, where you have the supervisor from your company and an academic supervisor at the university. This is the first thing. The second thing is the lecturers. Part of the lecturers, I think it's about 50%, are not academic lecturers at the university, but are representatives from partner companies, so they bring in certain knowledge that's very industry specific, and it's not like from a theoretical background. And the third one is from the structural integration of the university. Whenever a new type of study is accredited, it's not just professors and students discussing, but the industry is involved, and therefore from the whole organization, all the three are seen as partners. So in every aspect of the study program, we don't have just university and students, but these three aspects, and this is something where I think it's quite different to regular universities and affecting the way of students.
Thank you. It's been a really nice discussion. Would you like to, my dear panelists, say some concluding words?
I can try. Well, I would say that all in all, what we have discussed, the most important thing, if we want to encourage not only our students but also our teachers, our professors, lecturers, but also our employers, yes, employers and companies, is by fostering collaboration between these, I would say, triangle of the stakeholders in the topic we have been discussing. Of course, this collaboration might include different tools, different aspects, different type of discussions, different modes of professional development programs, and so on and so forth. However, even though some issues and some problems will be realized, but I would say that if we have, strong basis in that collaboration, any aspect or any challenge which is more negative than affirmative might be resolved, as well as any issues related to well-being and mental health of all stakeholders that we have been discussed today. Thank you.
Thank you, Marco. I think that this is a good sentence to end our discussion, and I really thank you all, Marco, Jasminka, Satu, thank you for your insights, and especially thank you, audience. You've been very active, and I'm happy for that. So thank you, and we will end our discussion.
Thank you very much to the panelists and the moderator, of course. So it has certainly been a very productive day today. So we sincerely thank all the speakers, panelists, and participants for making this first day of the conference a memorable one. A massive thank you also goes to the organizing team and the helpers. Their work is greatly appreciated. Now you will be able to go off to the drop-off point of this morning, where you will be picked up for transport back to the hotel. Just one thing, for the guests joining us for the evening program, transport will leave the hotel at 7 p.m., not 7:15, so that's a correction, 7 p.m. The networking dinner will be held at the Limestone Heritage Venue in Sigiwi. So we look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. Thank you to those who will be leaving tonight. Have a safe flight. We say grazie in Maltese. Thank you very much. Illela Taiba, good evening. See you tomorrow.